Nigerians come on men to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes was join them on in the land to serve with heart and voice. One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Ekwueme, the light of humanity, the citadel and place of race fertility, the land of minerals, abode of wealth, talented minds, we grow to perfection. Oh, for thy host, the sweat from sweat endures. Ekwueme, the pride of our nation, striving evermore, forever blessed. Ekwueme, the fount of profound knowledge, the center of excellence and integrity, arise and rise to serve mankind. Our sights we set on enlightened horizon, and by this take our place among the stars. Ekwueme, the pride of our nation, striving evermore, forever blessed. Ekwueme, the pride of our nation, oh God bless our aspirations.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
So I'll be talking on. I'm Professor Emmanuel Umabona from Redeemers University, the Center Director for the African Center of Excellence for Water and Environmental Research, Wastewater. I'll be talking about the environment and social issues, the role of government and scientists. First, I want to thank the university, the Vice Chancellor, and the university for inviting me to make this presentation. I want to thank Dr. Okoli for also all the effort he has put in to put up this program. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I want to thank everyone for making our time to attend this meeting. And I hope that it will be a time where we will learn from each other and share ideas that will move us forward. So to the topic of this morning, I'll be talking about the environment and social issues and the role of government and scientists. These are the outline for my presentation. I will look at the major environmental issues in Africa and why we have these environmental issues. I'll also look at a few definitions about environmental health and sustainability. And then I'll look at the benefits of environmental health. We'll also talk about environmental sustainability, energy and social issues, transition to renewable energies as it relates to social issues, our ecosystem and social issues, environmental pollution and social issues, environmental sustainability, the role of science and the scientist, and environmental sustainability, the role of government. Let me start by talking about the environmental issues that face us in Africa. The major issues facing us when we talk about the environment includes deforestation. We'll begin to see that this is becoming an issue in Africa, and we see vast portions of lands in Africa becoming deforested, and this is an issue because this relates to climate change. It also leads to other issues in the environment. We also see that we have soil erosion in many parts of our country here in Nigeria and even beyond in Africa. We see that soil erosion is an issue, all because there are issues with our environment, especially because there's deforestation and there are other issues that have led to soil erosion. We also see that we have desertification, where vast lands are becoming open and there's no rain, there's no water, everywhere is dry. And we also look at water pollution, which is also a very serious issue in Africa. We hardly have clean water to drink, and it's one of the SDG goals, the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. Precisely, this is number 6 of that goal number 6 of that SDG. Then we have air pollution, which is neglected in our time. A lot of research has been put into water pollution, but air pollution is neglected. And this has its own impact on our own health as Africans. Then we have the climate change issues, which has resulted in flooding and other issues that we find in Africa, heat waves, and as well as so many other issues. Pollen grains being dispersed into the air, and that leads to several issues with our lungs, with our breathing, and even with our health. So in Africa, these are the major environmental issues we face. There are other issues, but these are just the major issues that we face in Africa. Why are these environmental issues? Why do we face these environmental issues? Number one is because there's poverty. Africa is relatively poor, though we have some countries that are richer than some others. But in totality, Africa is poor. And if you look at that picture by your right, you would see that we still have some places in Africa where people build, make some makeshift arrangement or makeshift structures that serves as their toilet as well as their bathroom right over the water. And this water may be serving communities along the line. And once we begin to pollute this water, it gets to the end users along the line. Then we find that there's also poor knowledge about what the environment is and how we need to take care of our environment, what we need to do when we are carrying out activities on our environment. For example, people just mine, carry out mining activities on our land without considering the environmental implications of such activities. Because once you understand the environmental implications of your mining activities, you're likely to carry out some steps to mitigate to mitigate the product of such activities so that it doesn't destroy the environment. For example, people just mine copper from electronic waste without understanding that while they are doing this, they are also leaching out some other dangerous metals and dangerous organic pollutants into the environment. Then we see that in Africa, the population is increasing, especially in Nigeria. There's an increase in population, and this is depleting the resources available for use to humans. So as you increase population, it's expected that resources will also increase, but that's not usually the case. There's an exponential increase in population, and there's a decrease in the resources that should be used. And as this happens, of course, there will be pollution of the environment. The environment will feel the impact also. And then there's also the increase in carbon dioxide emission as it relates to industrial activities, as it relates to machines that are being used, to gadgets that are being used, and also from the fact that there is deforestation taking place in vast portions of Africa. There's also the issue of industrialization, like I mentioned earlier. Africa is increasingly becoming industrialized, and as this happens, there is also the release of byproducts from these industries into our environment, into our water bodies, into the air. And all of this amounts to what reduces the quality of our environment and also affects our health. There's also the release of toxic gases into the atmosphere from several industries. For example, in Nigeria, we still do what is called gas flaring. And we are supposed to channel these gases into some useful products for the society. Rather, we still clear these gases into the environment. And this is adding up to the issue of climate change. And then we have huge domestic debts in Africa, huge one. A lot of countries are in debt, up to billions of dollars. And this contributes to how they view the environment, because someone in debt will not want to prioritize the environment, but will want to prioritize paying his debts and also dealing with his own stomach first before the environment. So we also discovered that the government has also failed in providing basic amenities to the people. And that is why people find other means to relieve themselves or to handle their own issues. For example, where the government failed to provide public toilets, you see people urinating in public, people, passing out excreta or feces in the public, and they just go away. And all of this impacts the environment because the government failed to provide public toilets and public facilities that could be used by these persons. There's also the fact that we have failed to enact appropriate laws, and where these laws are enacted, they are not enforced. They are not followed up. They are just there as laws and policies, and nobody enforces them. Then there's also the fact that the government does not support environmental scientists, does not provide enough support to environmental scientists in form of financial support and in form of, involving them in their decision making, in their activities. This has become an issue because government just take decisions without considering or without consulting with those who are stakeholders in the matter. And this has led to several environmental issues we have in our country and also in our continent today. Then also, we also discovered that the scientists have failed to use their knowledge to also help society. All we do as scientists is just publish, publish, publish. Publish is all we do without thinking of the society that could benefit from what we do. If we all publish without looking at the society, then we have all failed. We have all failed. So we need to consider this as scientists, that publishing is not all we are called to do. We are also called to help humanity, the society. Environmental health and environmental sustainability. What does it mean? Environmental health refers to the aspects of human health, including quality of life, that are determined by physical, chemical, biological, social, and psychosocial factors in the environment. That's what environmental health is all about. It also looks at how the environment influences the health of humans. And of course, we know that the quality of the environment influences the quality of our health. If the health of the environment is good, the health of the environment is fine, is okay, then it's very likely that the people who live in such environment will also have healthy lives, or we also live healthy. Environmental sustainability, on the other hand, is the responsibility for all of us, not for a certain group of persons, for all of us, to conserve natural resources and protect global ecosystem to support health and well-being now and also in the future. Environmental sustainability also allows for the needs of man to be met without jeopardizing the future, the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. All we do at this time is just to abuse the environment without thinking of the future or without thinking of future generations. So we need to consider the fact that there are those coming behind us. What are we going to leave behind for them? Are we going to leave behind a world that is devastated, a world that is in turmoil, all because of our neglect of the health of our environment? What are the benefits of environmental health? If we take care of our environment properly, we'll have clean air, we'll have clean water, we'll have reduced hazardous waste, we'll have increased access to healthy, we'll have increased access to healthy food, we have safer outdoor environments, and then we have improved population of people, or improved number of people with healthy conditions. So these are just a few that I could think of, but I believe there are more benefits from quality from the health of our environment, from an environment that has good quality. What's environmental sustainability? What does it entail? Environmental sustainability entails ecosystem protection, protecting the ecosystem, avoiding pollution by all means, avoiding pollution in the way we carry out our activities, our processes, whether anthropogenic or human activities. It also entails targeting the environment, making the environment, the health of the environment our priority, not just the GDP. It's seen that most countries, try to go for the GDP because, they use the GDP to rank nations and to talk about nations that have done well, that are improving, that have prospects, and that helps, investors to decide or make decisions on whether to come into a country or not. But that shouldn't be the only focus. for a government. The focus should also be on the health of our environment, because the health of our environment is directly linked to the health of the people. If the health of our environment is good, then the health of the people is good. And that will also improve the productivity of such people in such economy. Environmental sustainability also considers renewable resources. It looks at options that are available in when you consider renewable resources. For example, we have vast mineral resources that could be used to produce our solar panels. And rather than go for carbon-based energy sources, we could simply look for solar energy sources that would help reduce the carbon dioxide that goes into the atmosphere. So if we tap into our mineral resources and get some of those minerals required for minerals and materials required for developing alternative sources of energy, renewable sources of energy, then we will be reducing the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that are in the environment, and also reducing the probability of facing the challenges that comes with climate change. In those days, we used the hand fan, and then we moved on from the hand fan to the standing fan, and then the ceiling fans, the wall fans, and then we moved on from the fans to the air conditioners. And if you look at this trend, discover that as we move from one trend to the other, as we migrate from one generation to the other, we're increasingly polluting the environment, because with the air conditioner, we increase more carbon dioxide, we increase more methane into the atmosphere. As we cool our houses, as we enjoy the comfort of our homes with an air conditioner, we are increasing the amount of carbon dioxide and methane that goes into the atmosphere. But if you look at it critically, a lot of persons want to enjoy this kind of life without considering the impact. I'm not saying it is bad to have an air conditioner in the house. I'm not saying that it is wrong to also have the air conditioner in our homes. But the impact of using these air conditioners in our homes is it outweighs the comfort we're enjoying today, because when we begin to face the challenges, then you discover that the comfort we were enjoying in the past as a result of using the air conditioning is actually not comfort. We're actually producing problems for the future. Today, we discovered that a lot of persons I'm not sure of any home without a generating set, an electric generating set. A lot of homes have generating sets, except that some persons have begun to move into, having solar panels and inverters in their homes. But we still have lots of homes having electricity generating plants or electricity generating sets in their homes. And the use of these electricity generating sets produce carbon monoxide or releases carbon monoxide. Besides carbon monoxide, they release particulate matters in the form of soot into the air. And all of this, returns back to us as humans. We inhale the carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide, and we also take in the soot, the fine particles that are released from this generating set into our body, and all of these have a way of affecting our health. Aside this, we also have noise pollution from the use of the generating set. Although we have these solar panels and inverter systems, but because a lot of persons are below the poverty line in Africa and especially in Nigeria, a lot of persons cannot afford the solar panels or the inverter systems to power their homes. So as a result of the fact that the government has neglected its role of providing electricity to the masses, a lot of persons have decided to buy these electricity generating sets or plants and use them in their homes. And so this has generated a lot of problems. And we all combine, we all in total are polluting the environment through the use of these electricity generating sets. We have the issue of transportation. Almost every home in Nigeria, almost every home, I'm not sure, but I am sure that almost every home in this country has a car. And that is because we have poor urban transportation system. In developed countries, most people don't have cars in their homes. Rather, they have bicycles and they use the public transport to go to work, to make their trips, and to do whatever they want to transit or to move from one point to the other. But in Nigeria especially, almost every home has a car, and this is contributing to the release of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, polluting the atmosphere, and creating more problems for us in terms of climate change issues. Owning a car in Nigeria is actually a status thing sometimes. Even those who shouldn't who may not really need a car would want to have a car. One, because like I said, there's poor urban transportation system in the country. And secondly, because it's a status thing. Unfortunately, these cars are not fitted with catalytic systems that should break down the carbon monoxide before they are released into the atmosphere. So we find out that these cars just release the carbon dioxide straight into the atmosphere. And then we are faced with a future that is very bleak as a result of climate change. Unfortunately, in our country, although there seems to be a plan now, but it's not very clear what that plan is. But I would like to say there's really no concrete plan for renewable energy, renewable energy introduction into the country. There may be a policy document for it, but it's not really implemented, except that some very rich are able to buy some of these renewable energy mobile cars. For example, I hear that in Nigeria we have some cars now that run on hydrogen. Some are run on electricity. They are charged, but it's just for the rich. Only the rich can achieve or can buy some of these things. We also look at issues related to transition from the old model of energy use to renewable resources. The old model of energy use to renewable resources. For example, you fit in your solar panels and tomorrow it is gone because some people look at it and in the night they go up there, steal those panels and sell it off somewhere else. So the issue, this is a social issue, and it relates to poverty because people are poor, because people also don't understand the implications of what they do. They just go ahead and do whatever they want to do as long as it's convenient for them, as long as it suits them for that time. There's also poor awareness about what climate change is. A lot of persons don't even understand what climate change is, and they don't have a good knowledge of what we need to do to tackle climate change issues. We cannot leave the issue of climate change to the government alone. We all need to be involved in dealing with the issue of climate change. We all need to take responsibility. We all need to act responsibly when we want to deal with climate change issue. Again, another issue that relates to the transition to renewable resources is the fact that there's no fairness in decision-making process. I mentioned earlier that the government may have policies to transit to the use of renewable resources, or renewable materials. But these plans are not well communicated to the people. These plans are not and they are not a product of stakeholders' decision or stakeholders' meetings. They are just a product of the ideas of a few, and that makes it really unfair because people want to have a say in how some decisions are made, especially when it affects them directly. Overall, the cost and the risk and the overall cost, risk, and benefits of introducing new technologies that tackle or that brings in renewable, that is renewable in nature is not being done. We need to do an overall evaluation of what the cost is, what the risks are, what the benefits are to us. And we need to put it out there for everyone to see and to understand so that people are able to buy into the policy and able to move with the new policy. There's also no trust in decision makers and other relevant stakeholders because there's a belief that when such new activities or new policies are introduced, it's meant for the rich. For example, I listened this morning that, and the president was saying that he was going to introduce palliative and give palliative to people. And it was, I think it's about 8,000 naira per family, per month, you know. And there's so much skepticism, there's so much skepticism about how this money will be shared, who will get the money, and a lot of other issues. Because some believe that several persons do not have bank accounts. And so how would they get this money? How would they be reached with this money? So a lot of persons believe that this money is again meant for the rich and not really for the poor. This is where the government needs to bring together stakeholders and discuss issues that relates to the common man before they are being implemented. Allow stakeholders to make contributions. Allow the people to also be part of the decision making so that the implementation of the policies or the new strategy will be a success. Our ecosystem is not also immune to some of these social issues. For example, we have illegal logging, and that has led to deforestation. We have lots of people in the bush cutting down logs, carrying out deforestation without understanding the implication of it. They do this for money, just for money, not for any other thing. If they have a good understanding of what they are doing and the implication of what they are doing, I think most of them would desist from cutting logs illegally. And of course, if the economy improves and if people have, you know, if they are secured financially, then we would have people going around cutting logs or logging illegally. And because there is illegal logging going on and deforestation is also taking place at the same time, wildlife is also disappearing. Our ecosystem is also disappearing. We do not find some species of animals anymore because we have interfered with the environment. We have interfered with the ecosystem in a way that is unfair to the wildlife. And of course, they have all disappeared. There's also indiscriminate release of wastewater from the industries. And we discovered that polluted water bodies are everywhere in our country. And this also impacts on water bodies, on the life that are in these water bodies. And you know, we depend on some of these for our food. For example, the fish in the water body is part of our food. So if the water body is polluted, the fish is also polluted. And when we eat such, we become sick sometimes, or we also accumulate problems for our health in the future. We also have the issue of bush burning, where people take pride in burning bushes, or for the purpose of going for bush, what they call bush meat. They want the meat from the bush. And so they burn the bush without understanding that when they do this, the soil loses its ability to absorb or retain water. And the biodiversity of that area is also affected. There's also a negative impact on the ecology of that area. There's also threat to public health because particulate matter will be released into the air, so the quality of the air will reduce. And once this happens, you see people having eye irritation, respiratory tract irritation. In some cases, in some severe cases, we have asthma or exacerbated asthma. Then we have plumes of smokes, ash, and other debris that goes into the atmosphere and reduces, of course, it reduces the visibility in that environment. And these are all issues that people who engage in this activity do not consider. They do what they are doing for personal reasons, for personal gain, because they want to eat meat, and that's all. Another social issue that is involved with our ecosystem is the fact that a lot of persons execute projects without carrying out proper EIA, environmental impact assessment. Once there's no proper EIA, the impact of that project on the environment is not, if it's not well understood, and mitigation plans are not put in place before the execution of the project or during the execution of the project, it directly goes back to the people who are living around that environment where that project is executed. There's also the use of herbicides in our homes. Today we use herbicides to weed grasses in our homes. And because we find it very convenient, very easy. This is a social issue. Sometimes I tell my colleagues that when you do this, the impact may not be directly felt where you are. It will be felt sometimes where you are, but it transcends from that point. It transcends beyond where you are, even to your neighbor's house, to houses far down the line. Because these herbicides, these chemical substances can travel through the soil and move to the groundwater, even beyond where you have applied them. And so this becomes an issue. And we have groundwater pollution, and then we even have pollution of our food sources, our plants, our vegetables, our crops are being polluted through this process. So we need to be careful when we apply these herbicides. In fact, I've advised my colleagues not to use herbicides. Just clear your surroundings and get it neat by asking people to cut the grasses rather than using herbicides to weed or to take out the grasses. There's the continuous use of banned pesticides and herbicides. And as we continue to do this, we get our groundwater polluted, our food sources are also polluted, the ecology around us, the biodiversity around us is also affected, it's also altered. Let's look at environmental pollution and social issues. Look at this young man in the water, very happy, and is defecating into the water. Of course, this water might be his source of laundry, his source of bathing. Perhaps if care is not taken, his source of he is in the water defecating. Beyond this point where he's defecating, other people living along the river lines, along the coastal lines of this water, will also feel the impact of what he has done, because both the bacteria, the pathogens, or whatever it is that is released into the water, directly affects those that are down the line, downstream. This is one activity that was captured in our country here in Nigeria, and they call it cultural cleansing activity. And we see people washing several things into the water, several chemical products into the water. And as they do this, they pollute the water. And of course, because the water is flowing, it has its own impact on those who were not even part of these activities down the line. We took samples from a particular water body at a particular time, and we discovered that along the line of that river, the river was polluted, and we discovered that that chemical product that was used, for sacrifice and for all other kind of activities, ritual cleansing and all of it, we have found down the line, downstream the river, where these activities were not even, carried out at all. We look at e-waste dumping. In our society today, we see that a lot of people just dump their old television sets, their old computers. They just find somewhere to dump them without considering the implications of what they are doing. In fact, Africa is considered as the largest dump site for e-waste. We see a lot of indiscriminate dumping of e-waste into our environment. And as we do this, and the rain comes, we discover that some chemicals are being leached, whether organic or inorganic, are being leached into our groundwater from the dump sites. And these chemicals travel from these dump sites down to our wells, down to our boreholes, down to our drinking water systems. And these have an impact on our health too. We have those who also carry out laundry activities on our water bodies. And as they do this, they enrich the water with nutrients that causes algae bloom. And sometimes we also find algae toxins in our water, mycotoxins, microcysteines, and all sorts of pollutants in our water bodies. In fact, it's been found recently that nonyl phenol is also part of some of the chemical products released into our water bodies from laundry activities. We have refuse dumps that like you can see from that picture. Just see people throwing their dumps, their refuse into water bodies, and this also impacts human lives down the line. What is the role of science and scientists? What's our role as scientists? One, let me first say that the environment has changed because we have changed. We changed the way we interact with the environment. If we can change our attitude, our orientation, how we think about the environment, then we will change the course of the environment today. And it's the responsibility of science and it's the responsibility of scientists to use the knowledge of science to change the attitudes of the mindset of people about the environment and the health of our environment. To solve our environmental issues and to provide solutions to our environmental problems, we must understand that the people are important. We must understand that the mindset of our people is important. Once we can change that mindset, we will change the way they interact with the environment, and it will be better. Science without a focus on solving societal problems is not science. It's just an academic exercise. So if our science is just meant to produce papers, fancy figures, fancy data, beautiful data, then it is not science. Our science must solve societal problems, must bring solutions to the problems in our society. We as environmental scientists should be involved in what I call responsible science. For example, so many of us, I'm a chemist, we just into the sink, and that goes into a drain, and from the drain into a borehole or into a hole or whatever, and that seeps into groundwater. We need chemicals are being collected in containers and taken away by companies who dispose them safely. They do so in safe manner. So we need to consider the way we carry out our research, we carry out our science, and it must be in a responsible manner. Then as scientists, we must engage in science that is inclusive, and that includes people, human beings, citizens in the community. Our science must include them. Like I said before, if our science is just to produce fancy data, fancy figures, then our science is useless. It's just for academic purpose. It doesn't solve any problem. We must engage in citizen science, where the people are engaged in what we do, and where we can also educate the people on the impact of their activities on the environment. We can also involve them in trying to develop our solutions for solving the problems that we have in our environment. Our science should serve society, and we should add value, or should bring value to the society. Then our science must be multidisciplinary in nature. Science today that is just bringing solutions from one direction, from one discipline, is not likely to solve the problems that we have today. We must combine, we must come together, we must collaborate, we must look at issues together and try to provide solutions from a different end. I've discovered that multidisciplinary research provides better solutions, more lasting solutions, sustainable solutions to the problems that we have than just solutions that come from a single discipline. Science in Africa must evolve from being cosmetic to being very realistic. When I mean cosmetic, I talk about science that is very beautiful, nice papers, data that is published in very high impact factor journals. Yes, that's the kind of science we run after. But that is beautiful, that is good. But we must move from that. We must evolve from that kind of science that is cosmetic to science that is being realistic, that solves the problems that we have. Science should not be for publications. I mentioned that before. It should not be just to attract grants, but it should be to solve problems in our society. The role of scientists could also include drafting environmental policies. We should be involved in drafting policies, and we should have a voice in the kind of policies that are drafted to solve environmental issues. That is when that is when our science comes to play, really. Scientists should also come together, I've mentioned that before, to solve the problems in our society. We should learn together, build together, take actions together, and create an ecosystem where knowledge is shared for the benefit of the society. What then is the role of the government? Because scientists alone cannot do this. We need the government to also play a role in solving the problems of our environment. African government must avoid importing quick fix solutions to our environmental issues. For example, the Niger Delta issue, where we have lots of pollution around that environment, both land and water. We discovered that a lot of money was voted out to solve that problem. And some persons were invited from outside the country, but we have local solutions to solve this problem. And I think the government could have engaged scientists locally to solve this problem. And I'm sure it will not only be cheaper, it will also be sustainable in the end. Government must also invest in science and consider science as also a priority, because they consider health a priority, but they forget that the health of humans is tied to the health of the environment also. A healthy environment produces healthy people. The government must also play a role in reducing poverty, because when you reduce poverty, you also improve the mindset of the people. You empower the people and make them better people. They become people who are more responsible to their environment. The government must invest in proper waste collection and disposal. In developed countries, there is a lot of money devoted to waste collection and waste disposal. We must also review our environmental policies and set strict standards for pollution and also enforce them, because setting those strict standards without enforcing them is just a waste, it's an exercise in futility. We must enforce these policies. And that is why we talk about Polluter-Pays Principle. Those who pollute the environment must pay. And in some cases, we must not allow them pollute the environment, because in some cases, the impact of the pollution may be irreversible. So we must enforce policies that are brought up as a government. Let me end by saying that sustainability is a political choice. Now I'm speaking to our government, to people in power, to people in politics. Sustainability is a political choice, not a technical one. It's not a question of whether we can be sustainable, but whether we choose to be. That's by Gary Lawrence. And we have this quote by Lady Bird Johnson. And it is the one thing all of us share. Mohit Agadi said, environment is no one's property to destroy. It's everyone's. And the living things we kill will, in the end, take their revenge. And it's very true. We're already seeing that happening. We see flooding, we see excessive heat in the United States. And the earth is actually taking its revenge on us. And it says, for in exploiting their presence, we are diminishing our future. When is it time to act? The time to act about the health of our environment is actually now. Thank you very much.
I want to appreciate our colleagues from the department that are coming to support the research group. Very many of them are coming from chemistry and also from other departments. So on behalf of the Department of Chemistry, ENPROFORG, I want to welcome you specially to this particular symposium, and I'm very sure by the time you are returning back, you will be happy that you are here. Welcome specially. God bless you.
Thank you so much. We are believing that at the end of this symposium, more principal investigators will emerge. That's why we are praying for an attract fund into the university. And make one of these days we also give opportunities to more head of departments and make them proud, just like Professor Mwabweze is very proud of his department. I'm proud of the principal investigator. Please let's put our hands together once more for that Department of Chemistry. As the HOD was speaking, one of the plenary lecturer just walked in by name Dr. Onyedikachi, and please may we I'm so sorry, sir. Please may we welcome him by a clap. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. And now we are going to have our first plenary. And the topic will be mining of solid minerals, economic benefits, and environmental conundrum. Please, I will advise you write down things, questions that are coming from this series, so that at the end of the day you must have articulated your questions. Because at the end of the day, we are hoping that we'll be equipped with what it takes to, attract this kind of grant. So that is the essence of us being here. And to do that, he is a professor of applied geophysics with research interests spanning through seismic inversion, rock physics studies, hydrogeophysics. He's also with the Department of Geology and Geophysics, Ekwueme Federal University, and doubles as the Deputy Dean, Physical Sciences. Please, may we clap for Professor Amobi Ekwueme as he comes up to take over.
Before our professor come, we'll have Kola Nut before us, so we'll present to the representative of the host community. Thank you, sir, for coming. And Ojada, who is the okay, honorable. You're welcome. That's the Kola. So Gozera Yoji.
Anyị gozie ọchị a ọ bụ n'aha Jizọs. Chukwu, anyị ekele gị maka ngozi gị na amara gị ọkachasị ndụ gị nyere anyị taa. Etu i mere anyị bụ ndị nke gbakọrọ ebe a maka ịkpa maka ọdịmma nke Ebonyi steeti na Nigeria. Anyị na-ayọ nna gị bịa nọnyere anyị, nye anyị amamihe zuru oke nke anyị ga-eji kpaa nkata ma mee ya ka ọ gazie dịka o si wee kwesị. N'aha Jizọs Kraịst onye nwe anyị.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for starting behind the schedule, but I promise we are going to leave on time. We are not going to waste much of time. The research group is environmental processes and forensics. That's the research group. And this is the first in the workshop series by this group. There may be more as we progress. But today, we are going to look at this title, which says Mining of Solid Minerals, Economic Benefit, and the Environmental Conundrum. So presented by me. Before I delve into the topic proper, I would like each and every one of us in this room just take a cursory look around where you are sitting. Look around where you are sitting for 2-3 seconds. Yes. Have you done that? Okay. If you've done that, now I can confidently tell you that over 98% of what we have in this room, they are derived from minerals. True or false? Okay. What you are stepping on is the tile, right? This tile is derived from clay and is associated minerals. You know that. So, if you look at the metal, look at the chrome, if you look at the window protector, all these are derived from minerals. And on daily basis, we mine minerals to sustain ourselves, to make our lives better. Mining cannot stop. It will continue on daily basis, on weekly basis, even on yearly basis. It all depends. But the problem is, the big question is, will there be impact as a result of mining? The answer is yes. Can we manage this impact in a way that life, our environment, will not be impacted? That's where you have several answers from several operators. It all depends on what each operator has in mind. As an introduction, mining, as I have mentioned before, is the key to the economic development of any nation. Just like, in Nigeria, I give you very simple instance with the Ajokuta steel. Ajokuta supposed to be a steel plant. Today, there is no nation that can develop without a functional steel plant. But up to today, that company is still struggling. But why we're here today is not about steel. We are here to talk about the impact of lead mining in Nigeria. As a simple definition, mineral is a naturally occurring inorganic solid. Mark the keywords there. Naturally occurring inorganic solid with a characteristic chemical composition and a crystalline structure. If you look at what we have on the screen, galena is the ore of lead. To the natives, everybody will tell you what we are mining lead. What they are mining is not lead. What they are mining is galena. Galena is the ore of lead. They will also tell you that we are mining zinc. No. What they mine is the ore of zinc. And the ore of zinc is called spherite. Both lead and zinc ore, they are sulfide minerals. With their formulas, for galena is PBS, for spherite is ZN. Both of them are sulfide minerals. Yes, if you look at this is quartz. In fact, this is where chemistry and other allied sciences, where they intersect. Even in geology, even in applied geophysics, even in microbiology, in biochemistry. These elements, you must be familiar with them. And that is why collaborative research is key, even in our environment. Without collaborative research, you may not get the entire picture. So it's good for you to collaborate with people from other programs in different areas so that you will get a general picture of your research problem. That is what defined by that chemical formula, SiO2. That is one silicon atom surrounded by oxygen atom sitting at the fourth side of the tetrahedron. So it's a very inert substance. Inert means it doesn't react easily. Even if you pour acid on it, it will not have any effect on it. This quartz essentially is the raw material for making this glass you are looking at. But at Ikwueme here, at the mine site, at Enyiba here, both Ameri and what is the other one? Enyiba. This particular mineral is treated as a gang. What is a gang? Gang is the unwanted mineral. When you are interested, when you go to any particular mine, the interest of the mine is always made. In fact, his preference is always made before he gets to the mine site. For example, here, what we have, our interest here is to mine lead ore and zinc ore. That's what we have here. Every other associated and ancillary mineral is treated as a gang, the unwanted mineral. That's what they throw away, and that's what they keep, and then focus on their primary mineral of interest. So that primary mineral of interest becomes the ore. Every other thing that you don't want from the mine becomes the gang. Remember, this quartz is the raw material for making glass. This is good. That is good. That's what is killing a lot of people. Well, in the sense that people fight over it, people can do banditry over it, people can do all manner of things to get gold. People can expose themselves to a lot of harmful substances just to get gold. Now, is Nigeria endowed? The big question. The answer to that question is yes. Nigeria is one of, if not the most endowed nation on planet Earth, both in terms of human and material resources. In mineral resources, we are greatly endowed, no doubt about that. But what are we doing with this mineral wealth? Well, it's a question both of us has to answer. Look at this. This is the map of Nigeria. Apologies for the one, for people, I don't know, not familiar with maps. But this is a map of Nigeria showing the location of different minerals that we have. This list is not even comprehensive, I'm sure. There are other, if you update this map, if you update this map today, some of these blank spaces you are seeing will be filled up with one or more minerals. If you look at this map, aside the gemstones, aside the minerals we know, there are some that most of us treat as very common minerals. Which one is the most commonest mineral? The commonest we know. Clay minerals. Clay is a very useful resource. Clay, you find clay everywhere around us. Do you know that the toilet seats you use, the tiles in your building, they all come from clay? The bricks come from clay. Yes, we have clay in abundance. And it appears it's not impacted on our general well-being. Before we move to the next slide, our interest in this research is in two states, Zamfara State and Ebonyi State. If you take a closer look at this map, you find out that in Zamfara State, a lot of minerals are domiciled in Zamfara State. And I'm sure you know that Zamfara State has been in the news both recently and in times past. Yes. Mining methods. We can classify mining into two broad classes, depending on the technique, whatever technique you wish to adopt. But there are two broad classes of the technique. Number one is open pit, open cast, open surface. They mean the same. Then the second class is underground. These minerals that are deposited in several layers, in some layers of the earth, you can assess them using either of these two broad classes. What we have here, this is just an explanation of that. Underground mining is just a method of using minerals. They are extracted from earth through tunnel and shaft. Whereas in open pit, also known as open cast, it's a surface mining technique that extracts minerals from an open pit in the ground. Yes. What we have here, this is Ekwueme mine. I'm sure many of you, all of us here, let's say 98% of the people seated here, we are familiar with those mine pits. As you travel from here to Abakaliki, as you are coming from Abakaliki, you must intersect those pits. The technique they use out of the classes I mentioned is open cast, open pit. That's what they use. In that category, I have tried to classify it into two. One is mechanized, fully mechanized. The other one, semi-mechanized. The third one, purely artisanal, where the natives use their rudimentary instruments to extract this ore. Each of them, they have their limitations. They also have their advantages and some disadvantages. Like you look at that, you can see the natives, you can see their boat transporting the lead from the mine to the surface. They form a line from the pit to the surface, and they pass on the mineral until it gets to their final destination. Yes, this is a mechanized open cast mining. I mean, mine. Yeah, you know we have there's a company there. So when you have the right tools to extract, you can see the circumference of the mine. It keeps getting narrower as you penetrate into the deeper portions of the earth. And how do they get this mineral? What you are looking at now is what is called the overburden. This overburden is made up of shale. Shale is a silicate plastic sedimentary rock. When mud and very fine particles are deposited, over time, because of pressure, when they are compacted, cemented, they harden up and form a special type of rock called sedimentary rock. And shales fall within this category. But at Ekwueme, we are not looking at shales. Shale is not their problem. It's not useful to them. In quote, it's not useful to them. Their interest is ore of lead and zinc. Ore of lead, I've mentioned it before, is called galena. Then ore of zinc is called spherulite, with their formulas PBS and ZNN. Now, you can see the circumference of the mine. Very wide on the surface, keeps getting smaller as you get. This is to ensure stability, so that, and also create pathway for mechanical machines to move the extracted ore to the surface. Now the big question will be, how do you get this ore from the surface, from the subsurface? After removal of the shale, and you are left with the ore, specialized tool, because shale, galena, which is the ore of lead, is one of the heaviest minerals that you have. If a 35 kg, is it 25 kg? That cement bag is 25 kg, right? If a 25 kg bag is filled with lead, for you to lift it, you now know that in terms of density, that is one of the characteristics, physical characteristics that we use to identify, isolate lead from the other mineral. It's very heavy, heavier than zinc. So, for you to extract the mineral, the technicians, they drill special holes, which they call the shot hole, into the lead deposit. And you plant special explosives in geosciences, comprising of geology, geophysics. In geosciences, we call it dynamite. For you to use dynamite, you have to get special permit from the authority, EOD, that's the police, the people that are in charge of bomb. So you have to get approval from them to use explosives. If not, if you use it, you have violated one of the environmental law. So you don't use explosives anyhow. Once drilled, you plant the explosives in the short hole, then and connect it to very long reels of wire, far away from the source. And once warning signals have been given, even to the people living close to the mine, once the charge is activated, it blasts and brings out the chunks of the mineral you are looking for. Then the excavator moves in to scoop the mineral. And when that happens, these roads provide appropriate channels for them to move the extracted ore to the top. Yes. Look at one of them, the road and the machine. Yes. We are done. Remember, we have two classes of mining techniques. One is surface, the other one is what? Good. This example, what you are looking at on the screen here, is the abandoned mine, Onyama mine in Enugu State. Onyama mine is a coal mine. Coal, they are trapped within the beds of the Mamo Formation. I'm speaking geologically now. Mamo Formation, that's the formation we are called the lower coal majors. They have lots of coal. So you see now, that what you are looking at on the screen here is the entrance to that mine. In fact, when I was in secondary school, I entered this mine. Yes. We went to the mine. Thousands, well, recently, will I say thousands of dollars or naira spent just to install a conditioning facility. You see, when you are going into the deeper portions of the earth, geothermal gradient increases. When I say geothermal gradient, geo means earth, thermal means heat. So the earth's heat increases. So as you are going into the mine, you feel hot. In fact, the world's deepest gold mine, the Robinson Deep in South Africa, they spent billions of dollars just to install a conditioning system in the mine to prevent the miners being roasted alive. So this is the entrance to the underground mine in Enugu, the Onyama mine. This is an upload of the entrance. You can see the, what can you see here? Good. So water, that's it mine. The mine draining, the mine water coming up. In fact, the mine coal from there, they are brought to the surface using conveyor belts. In those days, conveyor belts. But now, mine is abandoned. Why? What could be the reason? When the whites were here, I mean the foreigners, when they were here, the entire Southeast, we generate electricity from coal. But today, where we're talking about global warming, but it's the subject of debate. Yes. This is another case of artisanal coal mining at Odabo in Benue State. You can see underground, they are following the vein. On top is another type of rock. So they are following the vein, and you can see that it's a very risky business. It could lead to mine collapse, and once that happens, it could lead to loss of life if you are not rescued on time. Okay. Now, in Zamfara State, this is another case of open cast mining in Zamfara State. What do you think they are looking for here? They are looking for gold. So if they are looking for gold, how come we have what you read in news is lead poisoning in Zamfara State? So what happened? Association. Good. So they are associated with gold, but they are associated with gold. But gold is not their problem. The lead is not their problem. They are looking for gold. So when they bring out the lead and try to crush it in a bid to extract the gold, they crush the lead. They are exposed to lead. If you have open wound, it could be infected. And once it gets into the bloodstream, you see what happens. Can lead to a lot. Then, in terms of benefits, we can export these minerals to generate revenue. There could be emergence of new industrial products from the minerals we have. There will be increased employment of Nigerians, particularly in the rural areas where the minerals are found. Again, it depends on what the local communities want. Some local communities will prefer to collect money from the mining company instead of polluter-pays principle. Some communities will prefer to pay the companies to pay and pollute. You understand what I mean? Instead of polluter-pays principle, that is, we now hold the polluter accountable to clean up the environment. Some communities will prefer to collect money from the polluter and ask him to pollute more, provided he's bringing the money. So there will be multiplier benefit to the local economy as a result of this mining. Technology transfer, yes. Technology transfer. When these foreigners, once they bring their experts to set up a particular, for example, what we have here, Royal Source, they have their processing plant, they have their machines. I'm sure a lot of transfer, a lot of the natives who are attached to them, they are also gaining knowledge on how these processes are being carried out. It could lead to development of infrastructure. Every company also has corporate social responsibility to their host communities. So ability to follow up on them and to make sure that their corporate social responsibilities are met is also key. It's a function of the community and also that of the host company. What do you think is the current driver in lead and lithium ore exploration? Yeah, look at the first statement there. Coming from nations that have vision. Well, after this, we now know our own vision in Nigeria. America says by 2030 that electric vehicles must, look at the world, must make up 50% of all new auto sales, according to President Joe Biden. That's Biden making that statement. China, no doubt, is the largest electric vehicle market in the world. China has made similar mandate that electric cars must make up to 40% of all their car sales by 2030. That's where the countries of the world are. The European Union also hopes that at least 30 million zero-emission cars on its road by 2030. China is now the country with the most electric cars, with an estimated 5 million of them on the road. The US ranks in second, with roughly this, followed by Germany with 570,000 vehicles. How many electric vehicles do we have in Nigeria? Huh? You've not seen one. Huh? No, not just being a dream. We have electric cars. We have some of them just few. In Lagos, Lekki, they are there, but very few. But we have, are you sure we have a dream? Fine. Nigeria says by 2060. Wait, 2060, that's when we hope to meet our net zero target. You know what is net zero? You know what's net zero? This climate change debate. Climate change. That people should stop greenhouse emissions, stop this emitting greenhouse gases. I hope you know what greenhouse gases are. Greenhouse gases are the gases that if you release them to the atmosphere, they form a blanket and prevent light or prevent heat from escaping to the outer atmosphere. And when that happens, when they are trapped, the surface of the earth becomes hot. It's still a debate, and many people they have varied opinions about that. They met somewhere of one of the COP, and different countries now gave projections on when they will meet their own target. Nigeria, our own target, we are by 2060, then we should be able to achieve zero, that's net zero by 2060. God will help us. Most common battery chemistry. Yes, I'm going somewhere. Look at that. Look at that. Most common battery chemistries for electric vehicles. Yes. I hope you can pick it. There is lithium, there is nickel, there is manganese, there is cobalt, there is what? You didn't see this. You didn't see this. You've not seen that. Yes. Look at that. These are several combinations, several battery types, what are used for our electric vehicles. So, what do you think is, there is a mad rush for minerals, for electric vehicles. Wars in Zambia. Is it Zambia? Sudan? Not Sudan, not South Sudan. I mean Sudan. Several countries of the world. There's one in Ukraine. Well, there is another one when America pulled out from Afghanistan. A lot of things happened. In Congo DR, I'm talking about Africa. How about our own country? There is smart rush for this mineral. And one of the drivers could be the electric vehicles. Once nations, when they set targets, we want this by this time, they will now outline steps, the different steps on how to get there. They may not meet that target by that deadline, but at the end of the day, they sit back and evaluate what is remaining and the way to go about it. We should have that type of blueprint when it comes to our minerals. If not, you can see lithium is hot cake. People are looking for lithium, and Africa has a lot of that in abundance. So people come for that. So this is a combination. One of the drivers could be this electric vehicle. Environmental impacts of mining. We're almost there. To Enyimba mine here. what you see, that land is unusable for now unless it is reclaimed. So mining can create lots of bad land. Geologically speaking, bad land, water bodies could be polluted. A lot of such work have been carried out by members of this team, and even others. Everybody is coming to the same conclusion. Our water body is polluted. The crops are polluted. And by extension, when they absorb some of these harmful substances, don't say that you are immune. You are not. You are not. All of us are affected. Because when you eat some of the crops or their derivatives, indirectly, you take them. Just like plastic or microplastic is a problem. Fishes take up microplastic. Human beings, you feed on fishes. By extension, you are taking microplastic. The same thing with plants. When they take up some element of this lead or associated minerals, then you take it indirectly. You are taking in the substance. Then noise, not noise, dust pollution is also a problem. When you listen to news or the international, some of the major headlines, when they bring results of air quality, have you noticed that during COVID, a country, one of the most populated countries in this world is India. I hope you know that. India is highly populated. Because of that, they also have lots of industries. The air quality in India before COVID was too bad. During COVID, when human beings, well, the factories were shut down, human beings locked themselves in their homes, then animals had time to come out and take over the streets. Yes, animals, they took over the entire street, some of the nation. So you found out that when those industries were shut down, the air quality progressively improved. Meaning that nature has a way of cleaning up itself. But the problem of nature is man. It could lead to climate change, it could lead to deforestation or habitat destruction, could lead to pollution as I already outlined, could lead to soil erosion, could lead to human-wildlife conflict and loss of biodiversity, where a lot of greenland, you have to clear them up in order to create access or pathway to a mine site. No? Yes? What are the impacts, specifically the impact of lead mining on health? Look at that. See how it works. The first picture you are looking at, that is one of their crude techniques for processing gold in Zamfara State. So when the ore is extracted, in order to remove the gold, now look at this. See that boy with the animal going to one of the streams to bathe the animal. And that stream, that pond, contaminated with lead. The boy has, maybe must have had one open sore on his leg. On entering that pond, in order to wash the ram, the boy will be exposed to lead and infection, even death will result from that. The same procedure here, one of the mines in Zamfara State, that is Bagega mine in Zamfara State. You can see the efforts the natives trying to extract some of these minerals using their rudimentary tools. This is artisanal mining. Yes. So why all this risk? The risk is just for the big fight The big find is this. You know how much that is? Next slide. Yes. Today, gold price is today. Gold price is today. Thanks to this. Yes, look at that. It's about 1,957. $957 per ounce. And 1 ounce, look at the conversion. 1 ounce is equivalent to about 28 grams. So 28 grams, you know how small 28 grams is? An ounce is 1,957 US dollars. At 700 and 800 naira per dollar. You know what that means? So people can kill, people can fight, people are ready to forgo their comfort. And even home, abandon, some people can take over our homes because allow us to get go. So that's the problem. Some other consequences are there. Brain lower IQ, hearing loss, anemia, leukemia. It could lead to kidney failure. That is why this research and other research in the environment on environmental sciences should be an integrated research involving people from diverse disciplines. That way, you get the clearer picture. Now, can mining companies be held accountable for their actions? He has already said it, the DI in his opening remarks mentioned about the Polluter-Pays Principle. Polluter-Pay, is it working? Yes, but again, the amount tagged, the pollution, for example, look at that. A company producing more than 10,000 barrels, they pay a fine of how much? $2. $2 per 1,000 cubic feet of gas that is fled. So companies they find it cheaper to pay than to clean up the environment. So our laws need to be revised on that. So that's why people are doing that. Now, for any company to pay, you have to trace it to them. Now, everybody in this room, we have our unique fingerprint. True of us, different identities. So if I collect lead from this particular mine, using our own fingerprinting technique, we should be able to trace that this pollutant is coming from this particular mine. So that if you say, no, it's not from me, I say, look at the report. And you don't have anything to say. And that will take us to, you'll be surprised. Lawyers, I know, lawyers are the ones that own the courtroom. But the chemists, you'll be surprised that the chemists go to the courtroom to present some of these evidence. And that's why we are here. Isotope fingerprinting. Because it assigns unique ID to particular pollutants from a mine. So you now know the exact company that is contributing to the pollution. We are there. Conclusion, the summary is that we have vast mineral resources, but we should all strive to extract these minerals in an environmentally friendly way. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together. Thank you, sir. If you came in while he was already speaking, that was Professor Ekwueme. He spoke on mining of solid minerals, economic benefits, and environmental conundrums. So I was asking conundrum, if you would have explained that big word, you know, conundrum. I don't even know whether I pronounce it rightly, but it's actually economic benefits and environmental problems, I think, you know. So, you know, we in academics, we like to make the words look, you know, as if it has wings. Okay. I hope you wrote down one or two things, because after this session, we go for a brief break, tea break, and we come back refreshed. But before that, I will take one or two questions, but I'm going to invite the representative of the host community. He's Honorable Felix Nkoda, and but he's going to speak to us on, the impact this mining is having in their community. So, Biko, Burokuta, and a Webuka Nanun, Kedu Kosi, a Metutan Dun, Nimobo, Biko Koala in time, I want I need the interpreter. I don't know the possible.
Praise the Lord. Na makokuta na ekute na bai. Onwere ọkọ si emetụta anyị n'ụdị na-adịrọ mma. Kama na mmetụta na-emetụta anyị bụ na ọ na-enyere anyị aka n'ime ka ihe na-agara anyị ọfụma mebi inweta ihe eji egbo mkpa. Thank you very much.
Like ihe ọ na-ajụ bụ ihe a na-ewu na bolu onweghị ka o si eme ma anụ ụlọ ma ka o si emebi mmiri ma ihe niile onweghị ka o si emetụta
onwere ọkọ si emegide anyị bido kịta onwere ọkọ si emegide anyị.
Okay, because please, we have. Is there a host? Please, okay, let's.
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, it affects our people in so many ways. If you enter into that village, you see that some of the houses are attractive. They are attractive. Then it affects even the water around that area and so many other effects. Even though I'm not living at that place, but I can see all of them. Thank you very much.
Let me point out this. He spoke as an individual, but Honorable Felix Nkoda is the rep of the host community. So let's just be guided for publicity.
Thank you very much. Actually, permit me to say one or two things. I know I'm not living near the mine. And maybe I may not come from here, but the fact that I spend 95% of my time in Ekwueme or Ebonyi State, so I can claim to be. Thank you very much. And I want to say something. One of the most important reasons why I invited the host community is that they have this impression that if you write any report, federal government will stop activities going on there. And in Igbo language, as in so I'm from Anambra State. They always say that our people love money more than any other person. I don't want to dispute that. But I want to assure the members of the host community that we are not trying to stop the lead mining activities in your place. I may not come from there, but so from the basic principles of mining, there is no way it won't affect the host community. Because when we went round, some of us, if you see some of the abandoned mine, we saw people who have some of the videos and the pictures. People were fetching from the pool of water from those abandoned mines. And I assure you that if you measure the lead concentration in those mine waters, you'll be marveled. But because they are not aware of the implication, they are using it to cook. And me and you that are here, in fact, in one of the mines, we saw adults that we are coming back from the farm, taking their bath in those places. And when they cook, some of us will go to all these cafeterias to buy food. You don't know where they are getting the water from. They don't have any bad intention to hurt you. They are eating the same food, so you can't blame them. You can't say they are wicked or they want to give you poison. Because what I can eat, if I give that to you, it's still love that I'm showing you. So I want to debate the mind of the host communities that we are not there to stop the mining. We want the mining to continue. But the only thing we want to do is that we want to create a technology that we'll be able to use to hold the miners accountable. I know what it took me to bring down the representatives of the miners here so that they will hear what we want to say. Because they are paying tax to the government. Unfortunately, like my HOD said when we were starting, we invited people from government. But you know the government of Nigeria, the way they do their things. Maybe they will still be on their way. But we'll continue to push until things change. What we want to do is to make sure that things are done right. So I want to encourage the host communities to support this kind of study. The people of Enyigba and maybe Ekwueme that are here, when we went there, they were friendly to an extent. At least they assisted us. I want to recognize the chief security officer sitting down there. The first day we went there, thank you very much. Welcome. The first day we went there, they seized me. In fact, I was arrested. You know, they took my phone, took everything, they led me to one corner. In fact, I was praying not to receive beating, but I wasn't, because I wasn't feeling strong that day. But to the glory of God, I happened to know one of the owners of the mine who came and explained things to them. But their own was even better. When we went to Ameri, in fact, that experience is not good. When we went to Umakwakoko, I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it well. Even at a point, Professor Ekwueme, I've never seen him angry. He got so angry to the extent that he wanted us to abandon everything and leave. But at the end of the day, you know. So, and they are doing all these things because they believe that whatever you write, government will stop the mining process and they won't get the money again. But sustainability in this activity is getting what you want without jeopardizing the interests of future generations. Like those abandoned mines, if you're saying it's not affecting anybody. Those abandoned mines, we've lost the land and we lost the land. The one that they are trying to reclaim in Nigeria, they have not finished it today. So who will bring money to reclaim all those lands? Even the mining practices, I learned from interested stakeholders that the contract that the state government is giving is not inclusive of the commissioning. Because for every mine, when you finish, you're supposed to decommission the big crater created by Royal Salt there. Their contract didn't include to fill it up when they finish. So when they finish, they will go. Government has not been able to execute contract efficiently. So who is going to fill it up? Imagine if they have a leg there. What will happen? You can't use the water for any purpose, even recreation. So I want to, without being modest, to tell the host communities that there is no way that mining activity will not affect you negatively. And that is what we want to prevent. That is what we want to proper solutions. So I want you people to give our team the needed cooperation and assistance. We are not asking you to pay us money, but just allow us to collect the samples, collect the plants, collect the fish from the water bodies around there, so that the report we are going to get will be comprehensive. And this will attract government attention. Because in Niger Delta, they waited until the pollution became a gigantic problem. And when they started talking, government wasn't listening to them before they started kidnapping. You know, Nigerian government will only listen when you come with violence. But some of us that are pastors, the scripture says that from the kingdom of from the time of John the Baptist, the kingdom of God suffered something. You know what I mean? Because my HOD is a pastor, and I wouldn't want to say something. We have not commissioned me to say that. So that is it. So I want to encourage the host communities and the mining company. I know one of the big men there. He owns some of the mines that you see there. So he's looking at me. He's a good friend, but I want to apologize that you continue to assist us. Don't take offense that I'm saying this in the public. Tell your people to equally consider the interests of the host community so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to live a sustainable environment for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the principal investigator. Let me state that the mining company's rep will come up to share his own suggestions on the realities of what is happening. So right now we will take one or two questions from the audience, then we go on tea break. When we come back, then we continue. Let me, any other person? I have one person here. Okay. Okay, so excuse me one minute. Okay, so.
My head of department standing on all other established protocols. I want to commend the department, the principal investigator, for this wonderful presentation so far. Mining has always been a major issue in Ebonyi State, political and social. The government knows the solution to some of these mining issues. Only that probably because of so many intrigues. We just discussed on Tuesday the way forward for INEC and the elections in Nigeria. We are pointing out in their post-election review. We pointed out to INEC part of the problem. They claim to be independent, but in practice they are not independent. So the same thing happens. Even the mining community, look at their leader here, claiming that the mining activities are favoring them. Whereas we as researchers have gone deep to see the health implications of the mining activity. So these are part of the problems we have. They will continue trying and striving as academics to get it right. And I want to commend once again my department and the principal investigator for this kind of wonderful presentation. Maybe when the lawyer comes to give us his own expose, we'll also be able to understand it better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Professor Selfie, thank you very much for this lecture. The first time I encountered you was at Europa Center during an Igbo lecture which you delivered. Today again you did it. I am quite impressed. And this is my first time in a symposium like this. And I am very happy to pick one or two things. I would like to ask you the psychological effect these would pose on an individual. Because I've experienced one or two things here. My first time when I was employed here, coming around, I saw those sites, I was terrified. That was my first time of seeing a mining site. And seeing the villagers, the way they rush, some of them covered in dust, I was like, what was going on? Subsequently, I remember on my way back from work, we were packed along the road. We were asked to wait, that there was a blast about to happen. When that happened, oh my God, unfortunately I was driving. Only God led me back to Abakaliki because I was really terrified. At where I was parked, I thought the kind of vibration I felt, I thought the whole ground would open and all of us would go in. And we passed. And second time again it happened. Now, the most terrifying sight is whenever I'm coming from to work or going from work, you see that tall heap and people at that place. I said, what are they doing there? I mean, I don't know if I feel this way. I don't know about another person. Please tell me about its psychological effect and how we can manage it.
We take another question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ekwueme, for that lecture. And I'm Dr. Binuji by Department of Biochemistry, and I'm specializing in environmental biochemistry. Now the question is that the thing we've seen so far is that we cannot deny the fact, like we all have said, that there is an effect. We don't blame the host community because they might not know that this effect will come. Just like he has said that they are afraid of closing it down. But is it not possible for the companies to look at alternative way of preventing this? For instance, looking towards bioremediation. There are plants that can accumulate these things on their own, of which they can decide to make, plant these things along their discharge path. They're sorry to say something now. We are always looking at those streams there and we are saying that they are the ones that are most polluted. But when I did a little research, I found out that most of these mining people, they will lay down pipes far away from their position and discharge this water very far. And when they discharge it very far, nobody is going to think that pollution that will happen there is they are the ones. I was happy you were saying something about fingerprinting. I don't know whether there is a way such things can be improved on so that we will tell you these things are coming from your end. So I think if we encourage them and do more research on the area of bioremediation, use plants to solve this issue, it will help the host community. So that when we know that if we plant this, it's going to reduce the effect on our water. It's going to reduce the effect on our soil. And if we know those plants, we can encourage them to plant it here and there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll hand over the microphone to Professor Ekwueme. The first question was on the psychological effect and how to manage these effects, and the second, preventive mechanisms of this pollution.
Thank you very much. The first question on the psychological effect and how to manage it. I think the first solution is awareness. Awareness is key. Yeah, you are feeling that way because you've not seen such sites before, and you've not gotten, the whole picture about what mining is all about. Like the people you saw looking like very small little beds on top of those heaps. Those heaps you call them mine tailings. They don't feel any way, up or climbing those heights is a daily routine. So, and I'm sure after today, now that you have known about it, when you listen to this type of awareness, second, third, fourth time, you get over it and say, this is part of it. It's just one of those things. For example, the day they stopped you from, they have just blocked the route before the last. That is it is the rule. For you to blast, you have to, within a certain distance, you have to cordon off all movement within a particular distance. Even the blaster has to go, for him to activate the dynamite, he has to be under a shield. Because mighty stones, very big stones could fly. And everybody around that vicinity, you have to wear a safety helmet. Yes, all these depends on awareness. Once you know about it, it's a normal thing. No problem, you get over it. That's the second one on remediation. Alternative methods. Fine. There is phytoremediation, there is bioremediation, different types of remediation. But the key question is, when we put those dotted lines, was it part of the agreement? If remediation was part of that agreement, I'm sure the company, maybe they one way or the other, didn't agree that if we don't do that, it means we are default in our agreement. But if it's not there, they are not into any form of obligation. There's nothing holding them to account. So that way, they will simply look for any available, not just as being available, but even the cheapest means to dispose their waste. You remember what happened in Cocoa in Bendel State, those days you read, where they say death in drums, some of those papers, when you read it, even online, even now, where some individuals collected money, industrial waste from the West, they agreed, collected money that those waste will be dumped in their land just for money. So it's not their problem. If the companies know that there is, the lawyer here will tell us, if there is nothing binding on them, they will look for the cheapest means to dispose their waste. But that's going forward. If that is done, I feel the company. But using plant for remediation is good. My advice there is, as researchers in our own host community, because we are also part of it. We are also part of it. Anything that affects them will also affect us here. So as we are researching, if we know those plants, we can organize workshops like this from time to time and invite the host community, introduce those plants to them. Once they know about it, I'm sure they will follow suit and plant those trees for remediation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are going to be faster from here. Please, the order of getting to entertainment, we are going to move the high table will be seated. It will come to them, but we will allow the staff to first go before the students. Please, in that order. If the staff, please, can you just move towards the table and pick your breakfast, as we call it right now. Sorry, afternoon. And thank you. We just have 10 minutes break and we'll be back. Thank you.
Analysis and made it an economic tool as at 1920. It was originally a strictly economic tool that was conceptualized by a British economist named Arthur C.C. Pigou in 1920. But in the year 1972, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, adopted it as an environmental tool, adopted the PPP as an environmental tool. Now, for us to look at the OECD and what it does, I'd like to briefly let you know that the Polluter-Pays Principle refers to a system, in very simple terms, where the person who is responsible for the pollution of the environment is held responsible for what he has done. If we take it to the street language, we can say that anybody who commits should collect. You commit, you collect. Or if you contribute in making a mess, you should be responsible for clearing your mess. That is some of the ways we can put it. If you are the one who does something that is injurious to the environment, then you should be responsible for its cleanup. In this case, whatever act that is pollutant, injuriously pollutant to the environment, which collaterally will have negative impact on all other things, all other persons within the environment, such entity, whether it's an individual or a company, should be made to be responsible for its cleanup. that is in a nutshell what polluter-pays principle is all about. Like I said, it was conceptualized as an economic tool, and it was adopted by OECD in 1972 as an environmental tool, as a tool that is found to be useful and potent in getting a polluter of the environment in its various ramifications to also be responsible for its cleanup. Now, the popularity of that principle made it to be adopted in the year 1992 during the World Conference on Environment and Human Development in Brazil, the Rio Conference. Under the Principle 16 of the Rio Declaration, it adopted the PPP, the Polluter-Pays Principle, as an international and global tool for the protection of the environment. That was in 1992 under Principle 16 of the Rio Declaration. Subsequently, it has become a global tool for the cleanup, for the protection of the environment. It is now part of various treaties and conventions globally, that today it is a potent instrument of environmental protection. Now, one can ask, what constitutes the extractive industry? Because that is part of the topic, the extractive industry. Our focus in this discussion is on mining, essentially. But the extractive industry has a larger scope, is a larger umbrella. The extractives are all the other industries that refers to the process of removing from the bowels of the earth raw materials that are useful for energy and for various other uses. The first speaker told us to look around even the hall where we are in, and that in fact about 90% of everything here has bearing to mining and mining related issues. So the extractive industry generally extraction refers to the process of removing something, removing something from the earth, the processes that are involved in removing something from the earth and processing it and its consumption. That industry as a whole refers to the extractive industry. It could include oil and gas, it will include mining, it will include dredging, it will include quarrying, and so on. All of them come under the umbrella of extractive industry. So when you hear of the extractive industry, you are talking about all these other processes, all these other segments that come under extraction. But our focus is a sub-component of extractive industry, which is on mining. I believe we are still together. Now, like the first speaker said, Nigeria is blessed with so many minerals. Nigeria is abundantly blessed with so many minerals, even apart from oil and gas. It is on record that Nigeria has about 44 different minerals. He named some of them and he gave us a map. The country is blessed everywhere of the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja. Every segment, every state has one deposit or the other. And these resources run into trillions of dollars. And that is part of the problem. Wherever there is money in abundance, there will also be trouble. In Ebonyi State and all over the country, you see that the spots where the mines are also are trouble spots. If you go to Ivo, if you go to Ishago in Ivo local government, and you see Crush Rock, and every other part of Ebonyi State, you see that there is problem associated with mining because there is wealth to be gotten. The same thing with oil and so on, which I said is not our focus. Because it is a money spinner, there is also problem associated with it. In the course of this discussion, we will see some of the dimensions. Now, as I said, about 44 different types of minerals spread across the country, and they are excavated, which is the process of extraction. And as they are extracted, it means that they exert some negative influence, negative impact on the environment. As these minerals are extracted for various uses, they exert very negative impact on the environment. It could be by way of pollution. It could be by way of blockage of waterways. It could be by way of creation of erosion. Some people are talking about the mountainous heaps, blockage of water channels. Here in around Ameri, there is a river called Wangelakwa stream. It's been blocked by the activities of a mining leaseholder that is doing mining there, among others. So I just want to validate the fact that mining has very several negative impacts on the environment. Of course, it also has very positive impacts also, which is why many communities want the industry to stay. We shall briefly get there in the course of this discussion. Now, let's have the next slide, please. Now, the trust of PPP, the trust of Polluter-Pays Principle. It has various dimensions. The dimensions of PPP are broadly in this respect. It includes the doctrine of responsibility. That doctrine is to the effect that as an entity, as an industrial or commercial entity, or as an individual, that we need to take responsibility for our actions. In this case, we are talking about taking responsibility for our impact on the environment in the process of mining. So the doctrine of responsibility is part of the configuration, the trust of PPP. The other is the doctrine of cost allocation. When we talk about cost allocation, we are saying that the deleterious effect, the negative impact on the environment, and if we need to remedy them, the remediation of those negativities, those negative impacts on the environment, that it involves cost. That remediation of environmental negativities requires or involves cost. And if we are allocating cost, we are allocating cost to the polluter, to the person who is responsible for committing that particular negative impact on the environment. That is a dimension of cost allocation. There is also the equity argument. Equity, generally, whether in law or generally, simply means fairness. Fairness, that we need to be fair. Now, fairness with respect to Polluter-Pays Principle and environmental impact is that it is only fair that those who have done something should be the ones we should invite to contribute in remedying the situation they have created. We are saying the same thing in various ways, that it involves the issue of doctrine of responsibility, the doctrine of cost allocation, in which money and materials are needed to remedy the environment, and that it dwells within the configuration of equity, that it is only fair that if we ask you to contribute or to be responsible for remedying or cleaning up the environment, that it is equitable, that it is only fair, because we are not holding somebody who has done nothing responsible for a particular act. Let's take the next slide. I promise that I will take very short time so that we'll do some other things. Yes. Now, from there, we get to the approaches to PPP. What are the approaches to PPP? Some people will say there are 3, some people will say that there are 2, and a sub. Whatever way you look at it, the approaches to PPP may be broadly divided into 2. The command and control approach and the market-based approach. Under the market-based approach, we can have the issue of concession and compensation. We shall return to them serially after the other, briefly. And the first speaker mentioned it, which is where we are concerned about this group, about this research endeavor. How do we trace concession to compensation? Because if you are saying that it is the person who did something that should be held responsible, then you need to evidentially establish. That is the whole canon of law, that everything you do must be evidence-based. Otherwise, you accuse somebody who has done nothing. So you must produce evidence, and production of evidence is not very easy. And that is where fingerprinting and the research core of this particular program dwells. Now, let's take them briefly, one after the other. The command and control approach refers to governmental role, the role of government in imposing technology and performance standards. Government can say, this is the type of technology that you use, because we are aware that science and technology are dynamic. And there are certain tools, certain machinery that were in use, which are today regarded as being obsolete, or which have negative impacts on the environment. And so government that is alert and environmentally conscious will now impose technology standards or performance standards on the part of miners and those who perform various roles on the environment. Now, the market-based approach is the approach that is actually dwelling on money, the fiscal component of PPP. That is where the principle requires you, through the government, to now impose what you may call the pollution tax. You say, this kind of pollution should be taxed. You have eco tax, ecological tax, and the tradable permits, and so on. Those are cost centers. Those are costs that miners, that operators, industry operators need to bring money. Today, many environmental projects are funded through the Ecological Fund project. Many of us are aware of that. Even the Abakaliki, the major Abakaliki flood channelization system is majorly funded by the Ecological Fund and the ADP and others. So the funding component for the environment are part of the ways in which polluters, industrialists, or individuals who are actors on the environment have to bring some money and put in a pool that will be used to remedy the impact of their operations on the environment. Now, I said briefly that the issue of concession and compensation is critical, because one of members of the audience said that, for example, that some companies channel water discharge very far to places that it is sometimes difficult to draw a nexus to link the outlet, the end point, with the point of departure. So, how do you now hold who is the polluter in that respect when distances are covered and all that? Through fingerprinting, you can now say, and then that is what happens in security, because pollution control is part of security. It's actually security for the environment. That is what happens in advanced countries. You need biometrics, the fingerprint of even individuals. That's what makes advanced countries to handle crime as if it is magical. somebody commits a crime, even if it takes years or a brief moment, you are tracing the person because the fingerprints are autonomous and independent and unique to each person. So, once somebody is on record in every country, you say that this person is now of interest to the security because he has become somebody on record, meaning that his biometrics, his certain vital components about him have been taken and it will be there. And if anything happens, all they will need to do is to slot those fingerprints into the machine and it will be telling you that this is the person we are looking for. And that is how many crimes are solved. So when we also come to the security of the environment, we are talking about how do we draw a linkage between causation and compensation, because the law, as we shall soon see, requires that those who pollute the environment should bring money for its remediation. Let's have the next slide. Now, we are looking at the need or regulatory frameworks for the application of PPP in Nigeria's mining industry. Now, it is important to let us know that broadly, the care for Nigeria's environment is recognized by the Constitution of Nigeria. The Constitution, and the Constitution of any country is the greatest law of that country. The Constitution of a country is the greatest law. It is, in the case of many countries, it could just be very small pamphlet, but it is the greatest law of every country. In the case of Nigeria, our constitution has only 320 sections. In the Canadian constitution has 7,000 words, and so on. So it doesn't matter how big or how small. What matters is that the constitution of any nation, called its grand norm, is the chief, the royal majesty of all laws in that particular country. And in the case of Nigeria, the constitution of Nigeria in section 20 provides for the environmental rights, environmental protection of the environment, that the citizens of Nigeria are entitled to a healthy environment. And that is the takeoff point for every other thing that happens with respect to laws that govern the environment. Now, the PPP in Nigeria is founded and conditioned, drawing from that constitution, on the National Program on Environment (NP), which was actually formulated around 1989. It was revised in 1999 and last revised in 2016. That is the general canopy of the environmental policy of Nigeria, and it says and recognizes that actors on the environment need to be held responsible, need to be held accountable for their actions and operations on the environment. Now, apart from that, some other regulatory regimes, of course, that govern the environment include the National Environmental Standards and Regulation Enforcement Agency Act of 2007. Now, this act is the omnibus law on the environment in Nigeria generally. It came in 2007 and it was protected. And if that happens such that the environment is injuriously affected, that you need to be paid compensation. Apart from the other components of command and control that I talked about, where technology standards and where taxing regimes are also adopted. So it requires compensation. We shall see shortly why the compensation regime is problematic. Now, let's take the next slide. And I was telling myself that I'll be brief, but I'll be brief now. Okay, let's have the next slide. Okay. Now, the impediments to the implementation of PPP in Nigeria, the obstacles that hamper the implementation of PPP. One of them is the ownership structure of mineral resources in Nigeria. I told you that the Constitution is the greatest law of any country, including Nigeria. Now, Section 44, Sub 3, Section 44, Sub 3 of the Constitution is in your phone or wherever. If you pick the Constitution and see Section 44, Sub 3, it tells you that every mineral water, oil and gas, in, under, or anywhere in the territorial waters of Nigeria or the exclusive economic zone of Nigeria, it try to cover everything, not to create people, that every such mineral belongs and to be managed by the federal government. That's what the greatest law of Nigeria says. That creates a problem for the implementation of PPP, because it means that the superintendents of the implementation of PPP are far removed, they are far away from the action centers. And you now find such difficulties in the effect that even states, many state governments, many of them are solely or more interested in the IGR that will be generated from mining operations, which is why the gentleman there at that time said that it has no negative effect, because he doesn't want the economics of mining to be deprived in his community. Now, another is the attitude of the courts. The courts have a way of dwelling on technicalities, and sometimes you have delays in justice delivery, and it becomes a problem. Some litigants, they begin litigation against a company that is polluting an environment, and the case will not end before even some of them will die. So how do you now hold such people accountable? So the attitude of the court, and sometimes the court will insist that before you get damages that are substantial, that you have to prove that it is the act of mining that caused the damage you are alleging. And that's again where the issue of possession and compensation comes in. And that is where fingerprinting, that is where scientific evidence becomes a very important tool in getting compensation. The other is lack of enforcement. Many of these things have been provided by law. The law says that there must be post-closure of a particular place where mining has taken place. For instance, all the dunes, all the mountainous ridges, they are supposed to be closed. The first speaker, he talked about it. It is not just to take the resources, but you are supposed to restore, to remediate the environment, but that is not done. And the people who should enforce the law are not enforcing it, partly because some of the mining companies give them money and they don't bother to now hold them to account. On the 14th of August 2021, 14th August 2021, along this road, the youth leader of the APC in Ebonyi State, Ekwueme, and two policemen traveling with him between Abakaliki returning to Ikwo, they ran into a ditch. They ran into a ditch along this road that we put every day, and they could not be pulled out. There were divers who went in and tried for 2 days. That was a Saturday. They tried for Saturday and Sunday and couldn't succeed in bringing out any of the the persons, the principal occupant and the two policemen within. It was on Monday, 16th or thereabout, that the state government engaged certain tools to put both the vehicle and the decomposing bodies. So if anybody is saying that environments that are not treated, that the laws are not kept according to, that are not enforced according to the provisions of the law, that it doesn't have a negative impact on the environment, the person is not telling the truth. So that was a typical example in August 2021 that and it directly affected this particular community. So we are saying therefore that lack of enforcement, because if the enforcers, if those who already know that the Environmental Impact Assessment Act and the Mining Act, that they demand that if you open up the earth to extract resources, that at the end of the day you should close it up, you should cover it up. They are forced those people to close the ditches. Today we are handling litigations. There is a case of there are a number of cases even concerning people here in Igbo, including that of Nicodemus Egu that is still on, and because of that I won't need to go into that. That was the case where the closure, the blockade of one Gelagwa train is an issue, and it is in court now, among others. So we are saying that the lack of enforcement of the laws governing mining are some of the impediments that makes it difficult to hold polluter to account. And of course, they include the others: inadequate funding and corruption. They have linkages, artisanal mining. That is the kind of mining where communities, where small-scale miners go into mining themselves. Artisanal miners, small-scale miners, and they are often members of the community. So you now see, if they don't have money to engage in that kind of mining, they become pit owners, and they now invite pit sponsors. Small parcels of land are now parceled and farmed out to different owners. So if you are the owner of this one, you have become a pit owner. Then you get a pit sponsor to come and inject money into it. When that happens, the interest of the people will be more in the economics of mining rather than the environmental part of holding the miner responsible, because the people themselves have gotten involved in the mining operation without even depending on the big companies to get lease, to get license from the cadastral office in Abuja. So these are some of the problems. And of course, the divide and rule strategy of some mining companies. The Chinese, in particular, they thrive on divide and rule. The case in Okwereka, they said the CDA, the Community Development Agreement, because it's a requirement of the law, that there will be a community development agreement between the host community and the mining company. Now, what they will do is to evade giving this money to the host community as agreed and as provided by law. So at a certain stage, when there is agitation, the BI talked about violence. When there is threat of violence or disruption of peace, they now say, okay, we don't know whom to give this money, because they have divided the community. The major elements in the community, they divide them, give them small money, and they will be fighting against each other while they are taking their resources away. Now, in court, they say we are ready to give money. We agree that to honor the CDA, the Community Development Agreement, that we are owing the community for certain things in the community, but that there is problem between these two. That's in the Okwereka. There is problem between them. We don't know whom to give the money to, and it's an issue in law. If there are disputants to a particular claim, then there is a problem. It absolves you of responsibility, because you don't want to give it to a wrong hand. And so they came saying we are ready to, but we don't know whom to pay. And that is because they are dividing our people and taking the resources without allowing accountability for negativities they are causing on the environment. So we need to sit up. We need to sensitize and conscientize our people. Then state governments have talked about they are being interested more in IGR and so on. So that I don't bore the next slide and the last one. We are just recommending, flowing from what we identified as the problems, We are just recommending strict enforcement of the regulatory regime, improved funding of regulatory agencies, creation of environmental high court. We are recommending this because of the slow pace of proceedings in the normal court. Some people are also recommending an electoral court now to deal with election matters. Now we are saying it may be necessary to create environmental high court. Why we are saying high is because the magistrate, at a certain level, the magistrate court can be constituted as ad hoc courts. But the magistrate courts have certain limits in what they can look at. The jurisdiction of the magistrate courts are limited. And if we have a specialized court to deal with such matters, it will make for quick dispensation of justice. Just like we have under labor, we have industrial courts now, the National Industrial Court. It was not in existence before. But because of the exigencies of the circumstances, the government deemed it necessary to create a specialized court to deal with labor issues. And that is my story. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together. Please, put your hands together, please. This one is very expository. Very, very expository. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. In fact, I am sure that you've never seen this the dimension that he came in. This very dimension is very different. And thank you so much, sir, for opening our eyes. And I'm sure that the communities that are represented here, they are actually learning a lot of things, especially this issue of divide and rule, creating issues. You know, the security guy, he is aware of what he's saying. Maybe something like that has come up in his community. You know, so these things. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So to open up this discussion, I'm going to take one or two questions from the audience, but I will open it up with the representative of the mining companies, Chief Osita Okeke. Sir, you, in the case of Polluter-Pays Principle, you are the polluter here. Okay, it's not you. I mean, the mining companies are the polluters. I know that there are bottlenecks towards the implementation of this Polluter-Pays Principle. But my question, which I know the questions in the heart of every one of us, is how do you implement this? Yes, it's here, sir. Well, how do you implement this Polluter-Pays Principle? How do you implement it? Use your own company to tell us how you implement it and manage this pollutant, because it's obvious that you cannot prevent the pollution that comes from it. How do you handle this?
Thank you, MC. All protocols when a simpler something is made ambiguous, it looks as if there is a war. Because here we talk about the positive aspect of the miners' stand and this negative. A host community and the government, they own it. The miner makes a minute out of the deposit. And when negative is talking personally to the miner that made these two owners, or what is deposited to have meaning. I don't know why it becomes a problem. I think no businessman or a trader, our brother will always say, I am a trader. It has many meanings. The meanings is that any trader knows about laws. So from the miner, I don't think that he will be an obstacle. Before now, this type of discussion, what happens is if there is a study, it will only be presented to the government, and the government will go to enforce action. Even some piece closed after investing millions of naira, maybe hundreds of millions of naira. I don't think there is anywhere, the miner should be a problem in this. And the owners, the government, the host community are profiting. Like I said, this thing, the let off has a meaning through the mind. And if you now begin to, if the man that made it made a meaning to that becomes a problem, I don't know where you win it in court. Unless there is, because before you go to attack a miner, you must have a ulterior motive. If there is no ulterior motive, I have not seen any area you have problem with the miner. The miner will protect his business, his money, in any form you want him to make the environment conducive, because he is there. The miner is there. But the problem we had here before now is that when a study, like I said before, when a study of this type is done, it is only given to government, and government goes to the miner and want to use force where there is no need for force, because nobody wants to waste his fund. It's cash, or maybe he took loan. The businessman does not have money. He uses his loaned money.
Okay, sir. Maybe I don't know whether we are following up, because maybe he didn't understand what I really asked concerning the Polluter-Pays Principle. You know, there is what I'm saying is, how do you manage this pollution that it is obviously that that the mining company
A study is done. There are recommendations on how it will be managed. Maybe you are not getting me. If, like a study, what my brother brought before here now is how to trace point to point. Maybe when a foreign country or another state or another local government is bringing pollution to another local government, are you separating it that way, or are you saying, if as I'm mining in Isiago, Enyimba now, there will be a drag on the pollution I'm doing in that village? How can it hold? Because the people are with me. The pollution is happening in my presence, and if it is caused, you know, at times what people see as trouble is when people have ulterior motive.
Okay, no problem.
They want to get you out of the place. What it needs to be discussed as a family is coming from outside.
Okay, sir. Let's get one or two reactions so it could be a bit clearer. You know, maybe I am not asking it properly, or maybe I'm understanding it properly. Okay, let's see.
Good afternoon, Dr. Eni Onyekaji. I think I agree with the reader of your citation that indeed you are an encyclopedia. I thank you personally, sir. The way I see this is like we are crying for the bereaved. But we're crying more than the bereaved, because the mining or the operation is taking place in their own community. They are the ones that are facing both negative and positive impacts. Now, there was something you said, sir, that the federal government owns all minerals, and they also say they are the ones that own all land. So I think there is a point that is not properly addressed in my own reasoning, that when a miner comes to a community, he will have to deal with the hosts as well as dealing with the federal government, the ones who claim to own the land. And I think that is a point for conflict. How can this be addressed? Now, to the representative of mining industries, we understand that you're a business person. I don't know if you're from Ikwo, but what we're interested in knowing, sir, is after your operation in Ikwo, there should be a trail that you didn't come to look for trouble. You came, you did an honorable business, and you did not leave the present generation and generations to come to be suffering. That's what we're trying to say. So, how do you try to safeguard the environment and safeguard the people in that environment, and also safeguard generations yet unborn? That is what we're trying to say, sir. And we want to know how you are approaching this through the Polluter-Pays Principle. That's what we're trying to say. I don't know if that's simple enough.
Just one more.
Yes, the question from the handsome gentleman there is that we are weeping for the bereaved. That is only partly true, because in truth, the environment has no boundary. If we talk about air pollution, it can be taking place right here, but the smoke is going all over the place. If it is chemical contamination, if it is water pollution, anything, it is flowing. Even when it goes to the water table, it flows from one place to the other. So it does not really, and that's why law, environmental law, for instance, talks about transboundary movement of pollution. Because, and you see, and the law, the acts also recognizes you could be having certain environmental problems in Cameroon and it will be affecting Nigeria. And that is why there is a case between US and Canada, because they are neighbors. So law recognizes that the environment is a commonwealth. Is a commonwealth, and so the immediate impact may be faced by the people and the immediate environment, but ultimately everybody is affected, and that's why all of us are stakeholders in environmental protection. And the conflict between federal government ownership structure and the community, yes, is a problem, but the federal government through the act recognizes it, and that's why it says while licensing and permit is gotten by the federal government, the owners of all minerals at the cadastral office in Abuja, the community should also be involved in what happened. And that is why the Community Development Agreement, CDA, is introduced. The problem is that the communities are not helping themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This part of the series is rounded off, and we'll be entering to the last part. And after the last part, we can launch and close. Thank you for staying here and being here up to this moment.
Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Looking around you, you would agree with me that Ekwueme has grown. Yes. We may not have gotten some things correctly in the course of our growth or growing, but for the reason we are here and the manner of resource persons we have here, and to know that they are from Ekwueme Federal University, Ndufu, you would actually say that Ekwueme has grown. Am I correct? Yes, Ekwueme nwere ihe. Igbo si na na-esi n'ụlọ malụ mma wee pụọ ilo. This is visible here. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. We are actually wonderful. The very last lecture, we are about to go on it right now. And of course, our very own, from the department, also here in Ekwueme Federal University, will be delivering this lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly urge Dr. Peter Chukwunonso Okoli to please, wow. Asina akwabe kwabinsi akwa akara nesi. Wow, I can't wait to hear him honestly. I have here with me a very short version of his citation, and I will read it out as he prepares himself to deliver the next lecture. Dr. Peter Chukwunonso Okoli is a lecturer at the Department of Chemistry, Biochemistry of Ekwueme Federal University, Ndufu, and conducts research in the field of analytical environmental chemistry. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Industrial Chemistry, Masters in Environmental Chemistry and Pollution Control, and PhD in Analytical Environmental Chemistry. Dr. Okoli's research is focused on management and control of pollutants in environmental media. His interests include development of low-cost water decontamination absorbent phases for the selected pollutions, development of homegrown sensitive analytical separation methods, as well as development of isotope fingerprinting method in tracing the sources of those pollutants of interest. Dr. Okoli's research has earned him several awards recognition, which include the TETFund-NRF Postgraduate Fellowship for his PhD, Postdoctoral Fellowship Award with the Val University of Technology, South Africa, 1-year CAS-BP Visiting Scientist Fellowship International Young Scientist category in Beijing, China, and TETFund DFG Cooperation Fellowship in Germany. Dr. Okoli is the principal investigator of Environmental Processes and Forensic Research Group, ENPROFORG, of Ekwueme Federal University, Ndufu, Nigeria, where he is organizing his program. He has supervised several undergraduate, MSc, and PhD students in Nigeria, China, South Africa, and more. Dr. Okoli is a member of several professional organizations, which include Waste Management Society of Nigeria, Water Institute of Southern Africa, Royal Society of Chemistry, United Kingdom, among others. Aside his professional activities, Dr. Okoli engages in freelance journalism and analysis of contemporary political issues. Ladies and gentlemen, standing before you this afternoon is Dr. Peter C. Okoli to deliver a lecture on chemistry in courtroom isotope fingerprinting and forensic tool for managing environmental pollution. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to stand on the existing protocol. As the MC produced, I'll be taking the talk on chemistry, but isotope fingerprinting as a forensic tool for management of environmental pollution. Actually, I may not dwell much on this slide because Professor Dr. Onyekachi has talked much about the Polluter-Pays Principle, and that is the introductory part of it, because while he was giving his lecture, he talked about evidential proof. Maybe I would have loved to be a lawyer, but unfortunately, I wasn't in that direction. So, when I went for my postgraduate studies, and then because of my research career, I realized that I can still switch. So, if I don't go into the courtroom as a lawyer, I can still go into the courtroom as a chemist, interpret to the lawyers. so order be done. That's it. So, as Dr. Eni told us, Polluter-Pays Principle is an economic instrument to control pollution. If you look at the plot there, it's demand and supply curve. The blue one there is when you begin to task people to pay. You realize that their supply will go down, because if you are going to spend more for polluting, you begin to adjust so that you don't spend much money. But unfortunately, as he said, as they always say in court, when we go to court, they will say, it's not what you know that matters, but what you can prove. And that is why some people will intentionally commit a crime, because they know you cannot prove it. And that has been the bane of Polluter-Pays Principle in Nigeria. You know, Nigerians, we are very good in copying. You know, when we copy policies from people, the only thing that happens is that we may intentionally or unintentionally decide not to copy how to implement it. Polluter-Pays Principle has been in the books of Nigerian regulatory agencies. They marshaled it out. If you go to people that are working there, they will tell you the rudiments, how it will work and how it will not work. But just like my good friend representing the mining company said, who wants to spend when you have option not being able to spend? There are many loopholes, among which is what Dr. Eni said. You can create confusion among the people that are supposed to receive the benefit. While they are fighting, if anyone goes to court, you tell them, I don't know who to pay to. And the law permits you not to pay when you don't know who to pay to. Unless you want to pay to my church when I start a church. I've not started that yet. So that is by the way. So because of these challenges, even in Niger Delta, because I talked about some selected cases where I said drawbacks and legal frustration in implementation of Polluter-Pays Principle. People have been frustrated, like Dr. Eni said. The major one, which would have helped us to solve it, is it requires evidential proof. A lot of evidential proof. Like I said, not what you know, but what you can prove. And because of this, many of our people have gone to court. I cited one celebrated case, Jonah Bemre versus Shea Petroleum Development Company Limited. You can check it for people that are interested. What happened there is still on the basis of evidential proof. Even when the law can see the pollution, but if you're not able to track it to a particular person, there's nothing the court can do for you. As Dr. Eni will always tell me that law does not look at your sentiment. You can be crying in the court saying that this is the truth, but if you don't have any way of proving that this is the truth. Besides, in my philosophy and logic class, they told us that nothing can be known. Even if anything can be known, it cannot be proved. Until you do that, you see. So these are the technicalities that the lawyers and the judges will use to confuse people like us. And that is where science comes in. And even in Ebonyi here, we talked about Chief Patrick Ajeni and 10 others versus Greenfield Mining Company Limited and others. So the cases are there. We can look up for them and check the next slide, please. So, like I said, when you go to court to get any case resolved, it's not how you feel. I put Obama because he's a big man. You can see he's confused on that picture. You see? So, how just is a judgment when it does not favor you? When you have a case you took to court, whether you are at fault or you're innocent, when it doesn't favor you because you go into court, you believe that you have a case which you want to prove. And when it doesn't favor you, I'm sure, just like Obama is, making his face there, you will not be happy. You may be frustrated, but not you. That person may be frustrated because we are Christians. Some of us take exceptions to such languages. That person may be frustrated. Some persons may be sad and all that. But then, if that person had gone with enough evidence, maybe he wouldn't be. And that is where we'll talk about evidential proof in justice administration. So we'll look at role and types of evidence. And the most important one is the one we call forensic evidence, which is the application of scientific methods and techniques to matters under investigation by a court of law. Application of scientific evidence, that's what forensics is all about. So then when we are applying these methods in the environment, it becomes environmental forensics. And that is what we are doing in environmental processes and forensics research group. That is our group that invited us here. So, and environmental forensics, the major things that they use it to do is to look for techniques for age and source identification. You know, we have many methods which are listed here. We have area photograph, interpretation and photogrammetry. We have association of unique chemical compounds. We have compound-specific isotopic analysis, which is the core of our interest in the current project that we are trying to deliver. We will equally look at the chemical degradation and transport modeling. And equally, even without this, some people use advanced statistical techniques. Besides isotope techniques, all these other ones can be used to treat source of pollution. But it may interest us to know that some of them are not admissible in court. Next slide, please. So, the only thing that has been proved to be admissible, that has passed the test, is isotope method, isotope analysis. So, I wouldn't know, but I wish some of us as scientists, from our residual knowledge, you remember when they told us what an isotope is. Even people that are in education, that are doing chemistry, will still teach isotopes today. And interestingly, that is my own topic for 101. So we say that isotopes are elements. That's isotope is a situation where an element has one atomic number, a different mass number. So those individuals are what we refer as isotope. And in categories we have stable and unstable isotopes. And for the purpose of forensics, we use stable isotope analysis to do our analysis. So we look at the stable isotopes. Why are they called stable isotopes? They don't decay over time. The unstable isotopes, as they are formed from maybe radiogenic causes or whatever factor that led to their formation, the unstable ones continue to degrade or decay into smaller, because even lead that we are talking about is a byproduct of uranium. If you look at the decay series of uranium, that is chemistry that we are talking about now. You realize that that is where lead comes from. And as they decay, the ratios of isotope will continue to change as they move from one phase to the other. So I said for existence, I said elements can exist in both stable and unstable isotopes. The unstable isotopes are the ones we call radioactive isotopes. They are radioactive, and that is why handling them, we must be very, very careful because of our health. I said that most elements of biological interest, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur, have 2 or more stable isotopes. Interestingly, we're interested in lead, and lead has more than 1. Actually, lead has 4 that are stable. And I said, for interpretation, we say that the absolute values of isotopes in an element are very, very small. So instead of measuring the absolute values, we don't have instruments that will be able to measure it with high degree of accuracy. So instead of that, we measure them in ratios. We measure the isotope ratios. And these isotope ratios for every sample. For instance, if we're talking of lead, the isotope ratios we have, when we go to lead, we see the isotope ratios of lead. They are very, very unique. Just like your fingerprint is unique. That is how isotope ratios for different ores, even for water. That is why you can, as a forensic scientist, as a forensic chemist, if you go and fetch water from Lagos Lagoon, and if you go and fetch water from maybe Ebonyi River, when you do the isotope analysis of hydrogen and oxygen there, you begin to see that they have different isotope fingerprints. To a layman or to someone who is not into isotope fingerprinting, water is water. And even when you purify that water and it is pure, the isotope fingerprint will never be changed, to remain. Next slide, please. So I said the powerful information that can be processed from isotope fingerprint. The first one is the first one there, I said that isotope content of food and water vary from place to place. Not only that, that is why when some of those people that are pushing drug, if they get drug from you, when they do isotope analysis of that drug, they can tell you where those drugs are coming from. If they are coming from Caribbean, if they are coming from Brazil, those fingerprints, you cannot change them. Same thing with food. I would say that people and animals eating in different places take on the isotope fingerprints of the environment. So based on the food we eat, and that is what anthropologists use. When they look at human beings, mummies that died decades ago, they get the atoms from those decayed body or the bones and begin to do the isotope analysis of all those bones. And when they finish, they will tell you the kind of food they ate, the kind of environment they stayed, the kind of environment they walked. These are the fingerprints, you know. So whoever that is saying there is no God, even my boss who taught me in this, he doesn't believe in God somehow anyway. But when I do ask him, how do you think, who created all, he said they happened by happenstance. But let's not go into that. So these are the important information we can process. I would say that our travel history is in our hair, bones, and teeth. These are the kind of information you can get from isotope fingerprinting. And I said that to get the data from various isotope analysis provide additional lines of evidence for human identification, including descendants, possible region of birth, which I've explained. I said isotope fractionation gives information on the processes going on in the environment. We are not dwelling on isotope fractionation for now. We don't have a project where we can explain that. But the one we're interested in on this project is the fingerprinting. When we go into fractionation, it can tell us, even when certain pollutants are undergoing decay, the kind of things, you can use isotope fingerprint to actually know what happened to a pollutant from its history, where it started, at its present state. Next slide, please. So we are now dwelling on isotope fingerprinting in managing lead pollution. For some of us in chemistry, we have lead has 4 main isotopes: lead 204, lead 206, lead 207, and lead 208. All of them are abundant in the stated percentage on that table. I will say that from the time that the earth solidified, you know, Professor Ekwueme, who is in geophysics, will tell us, they said there was a time earth wasn't in such form. Maybe my great-grandfathers were not around them, but that was what they told us. They said that from the time that the earth solidified, that the 204 had remained around that constant value, 1.4% in abundance. Why that one remained constant? Other isotopes, lead 205, 206, 207, 208, all of them, they vary. Their percentage vary from all different regions of the world as you move from different geological formation to the other. And that is why the lead ore, the galena from Ekwueme will be different from galena from Zamfara, because they have different geological formation history. The processes, if there is any variation in heat while they were forming, I know people in geology will explain the formation of these minerals better than me, but those formative processes influence the ratios of these isotopes. So for lead, because of the small values of the isotopes, we express it as isotope ratio. We have lead 204 over lead 206. Lead 204, because lead 204 is the most stable. Lead 204 over lead 206, lead 204 over lead 207, lead 204 over lead 208. So the ratios for all these ones, all these values I've explained, as you move from one location, one formation, one geological formation to the other, they vary. And that is why if you buy battery, Nigeria doesn't produce battery again, lead acid battery that we use in our cars. Most of us are importing. So when you import from Korea and I import from China, the lead isotope ratios will always be different. For some of us that are driving, you know that we'll use tetraethyl lead as anti-cracking agent in petrol. And when you're burning your car, the exhaust fumes has some element of lead. And that's why if you monitor lead close to the main road, you realize that you see some level of lead pollution. So imagine where you have even a coal-fired plant, because we've done a similar project in South Africa. South Africa is endowed richly with coal. We did a proposal, we got a grant while I was there, and we did something like this. Interestingly, in those coal-fired power plants, the waste from there equally contains lead. So imagine a place, and in Mpumalanga province, for instance, where they are mining, most of their solid minerals are in Mpumalanga. You know, South Africa has a lot of land mass that 2 provinces will be bigger than Nigerian land mass. So in that Mpumalanga province where they are doing mining, you realize that in one location you have a coal-fired power plant that is firing the industries around there. And maybe not too far from there, you have a coal mine. And maybe you're collecting your sample close to the main road. You can see that there are varied sources of lead there. It could have come from a coal-fired power plant because lead is associated with, you know, when you are using to fire. It could be from the lead mine. It could be from lead acid battery accumulator. It could be from any other source. You know? So if you go there and say you are the polluter and you want to implement Polluter-Pays Principle, the person that is using the coal-fired power plant will tell you that it's not me, after all, I'm not the only person that is generating pollution that is associated with lead. You go to the mine and he will say, I'm not the one. What of the one that is coming from other sources? So there's no way you can prove. But if you're able to go and collect samples from all those places, you get the isotope fingerprint of lead. Next slide, please. You get the isotope fingerprint of lead from the mine, from the coal-fired plant, and maybe to sample from the major battery suppliers from other countries that you have in the market. You have the fingerprints of all those areas. Then if you go to the environment where you are accusing, whoever you want to accuse that is polluting the place, you collect samples, just like we are collecting around all the mining communities in the Ebonyi State and Zamfara. You can go ahead to analyze it and then get their fingerprint. It's only when you get that fingerprint that you'll be able to begin to do matching, just like we have here. So that is what the project is all about, and that is how we go about it. So you collect the samples in an experimental, you collect the samples. You can, like in Ebonyi State, beside the soil, the plant samples, because we want to know some of the vegetables that we are eating, even the ones that are delicious and the ones that are not delicious. We want to know whether they are safe. And some people have done a lot of research on lead pollution around here, and they've come to tell us that they are not safe. Some of them have some level of pollution. But in this project, we are not only interested in the level of pollution, we want to know who is responsible. And we cannot know who is responsible if we don't have a protocol for knowing who is responsible. And if you are adopting a protocol, you adopt a protocol that will be admissible in court. You can use statistical tools to say so and so person is responsible. And he will hire a good lawyer who will come to court to tell them that, or point out the loopholes in the statistical protocol that you've used. So we adopted isotope fingerprinting because it has been proven to withstand all those rigorous forensic analysis that courts will take or will carry out before they will administer any particular thing, any particular protocol as an evidence. Interestingly, Nigeria, because this project is not all about Ebonyi State, the federal government said we should conduct this project both in Ebonyi and Zamfara. We have our team members from Zamfara. We have our team members from regulatory agencies, NESRA, Nigerian Environmental Regulatory and Enforcement Agency. And we have people from the academia and people from the industry. So, after getting all these values, like Nigeria, the major challenge you have now why we cannot implement it is that we don't have any database. That is why federal government is mandating us to build that database for Nigeria. If we succeed in doing this one that we are doing, it's likely if Jesus tarries, I'm a Christian, because if Jesus comes now, everything will end. Jehovah Witnesses will take over this place when they will inherit the earth. That is how life is. But if Jesus tarries, if he doesn't come tomorrow, and we'll finish this project, we are expecting and praying that federal government will bring more money for us to expand the project further to cover other places. So, at the moment, we cannot use it because we don't have the database of the ores, the Galena ores in Nigeria and the associated ores. So that is what we are going to build first. We analyze most of the mines and then generate the isotope fingerprint of all these geological formation. After getting it, there are standard softwares that are established. The latest is MISA, Mixed Stable Isotope Analysis on R. It runs on R. It's an open software. There is SIR before now, Stable Isotope Analysis on R. The latest is MISA, which if God permits, we are going to maybe share with an institution in China so that we can run our analysis on that. So, if after building the database of the fingerprint of all these ores in Nigeria, it's after then that when we collect samples from wherever you collect your sample and you analyze for the fingerprint, you can then come to us or use, and we have a website for this project where all those databases will be deposited free of charge. So wherever you are in the whole world and you are doing analysis that is related to Nigeria, isotope fingerprint analysis, you can go to our database and download the values that you have there and build it into your analytical tool, whichever one you're using, and then use it to compare and match the fingerprint of the ones that you have. Next slide, please. So we've done it before in China. We are this one. Please. Change. Your system is not this particular slide is animated. It's animated. Why did you disable everything? The paper should be coming out one by one. So the first one there is stable isotope fractionation. Anyway, you can leave it. You've scattered it. The first one there is stable. This place will apply cadmium isotope. This work was done with my boss. You can see I was the last author there. We use cadmium isotope to trace the movement. Cadmium is a heavy metal. We use cadmium isotope to trace the movement of cadmium metal in plants, and we're able to look at how this resinous communist is a hyper accumulator. It's not just only tracing for source apportionment that we use it to do. We use it to equally trace and know what happens when they are entering into plant system. So this one is stabilized fractionation during uptake and translocation of cadmium by tolerant plant. That plant is a hyper accumulator. Because in China, they are suffering from heavy metal pollution. It's a crisis there. And the latest technology they are using to build on that is by using bioremediation. So they use hyper accumulators, plants that are proven to accumulate high level of heavy metal. So if they plant it in a particular place, after a certain period of time, they will weed it out and plant fresh ones. So by so doing, they will continue to reduce the concentration of the heavy metal pollution in that area until it comes below the acceptable limit. The next slide. So I have about 4 papers where we did work on that. That's what I showed there. But yeah, so the expected output of this project, if we conclude it successfully, we are going to generate information on the lead pollution besides the ones that have been generated by our police from AEFUNAI and other places, because it's not only AEFUNAI that is generated in what happens around mining zone. If you check the internet, you see people from University of Nigeria and Soka, APES, and many other universities have done research on the levels of heavy metal pollution, especially lead, in these areas where they are mining lead. So we are going to look at the PB contamination level in rice, which is one of the most stable food of people, resident population, the vegetables, and fish as well. We equally want to generate, as I said earlier, the PB isotope fingerprint database. We are going to build a database for the environmental unit of the government. We're equally going to make it an open source by hosting it on our website so that whoever that is doing any similar work can be able to access it. And we say that estimate the burden of disease for consuming food grown in this study area. We're going to look at the burden of disease, whether how it is affecting us, and that is unfortunately some of the mining, the host communities have gone, because that is their own area of special interest. They always tell us, we want to know how it is affecting us. We want to know how it is affecting us. So that is why we included that. We are going to look at the burden of disease. We are going to do a study on that. So the outcomes, these are the immediate outputs. The outcomes will be the adoption and deployment of isotope fingerprinting as a forensic tool for prosecution of pollution offenders. And I'm glad that one of our team members is our erudite scholar in law, who is incidentally the dean, acting dean of Faculty of Law. So they may be on the long run, they may include this in their curriculum. Dean, I don't want to force you to promise us anything, but I know that you are going to consider that, because I know that forensic law is growing in interest in Nigeria and beyond. So we want to acquire acquisition and improvement on the technical expertise by local scientists. Before now, one of the major reasons why people that take all these companies to court will always lose is because of the fact that they don't have the technical expertise. And even if you want to do isotope analysis like the one we're going to do in this project, we don't have anyone in Nigeria. We don't have anyone in West Africa. The only place we have is University of Cape Town, and recently Northwest University in South Africa. These are the two places you can do multi-collector ICP mass. That's inductively coupled plasma mass spectroscopy. That is what we can use to analyze it. So, but if we succeed in this, we'll be able, in fact, from the team members, some of us have started acquiring the requisite skills in this area. And on the long run, if Jesus tarries, as always say, TETFund may begin to consider, because during the budget defense in Abuja, the then chairman of TETFund, Professor Bamiro, the former vice chancellor of University of Ibadan, told us in confidence that if we do well on this project, that multi-collector ICP mass is not bought with human blood, that TETFund can decide to acquire that for us. And that is why we want to plead with the university management to give us all the necessary support, so that if we're able to deliver, we can then push. And if by omission or commission they give us such facility, it will be a major foreign exchange earner, because it will not only be used by FUNAI and Nigerian universities alone. Most of the neighboring universities in West Africa, in North Africa, and even Central Africa can decide to send their samples here for analysis. For instance, as at the time we prepared the proposal in 2020, the cost of analysis of one sample for multi-collector ICP mass was around 58,000 naira. So imagine what it will be with the current blessing of naira by the previous administration. So, having said that, if we have that facility here, you don't need to go further to state that we are going to have a lower service charge, because it will be our own. And if you don't say this is where I am, nobody will know where you are. So the impact that we're expecting from this project is that first of all, it will protect the interests of the host communities. And that is what I've always promised my people that arrested me and took me to the village square when it mattered most. The impact will affect them. It will be greater in the host communities more than any other place. And besides protecting the interests of host community, it will significantly reduce the level of lead pollution, because if the miner knows that if I pollute, there are protocols to prove that I'm the one that is polluting, he will find a better way of doing it so that he doesn't pay that money. You know, what pinches you determines your behavior. So if we're able to prove that you've polluted and you're going to pay so and so amount, nobody will force them to adjust. They will not be speaking big grammar. They will not introduce divide and rule again, but they will rather do what they ought to do, and everybody will be happy for it. And this will replace the command and control, where they are giving tradable permits, like Dr. Eni explained. Because some of us, whether you're polluting or you're not polluting, by omission or commission, you are paying pollution tax. But if we are using this kind of tool, nobody will be paying for what he didn't do. And I think that will be the best justifiable outcome of this research. And we say that at the end of it all, it will lead to a sustainable development. We said all these achievements will not be meaningful if at the end of the day we don't disseminate, we don't tell people what we've done and how it will benefit them. And that is why we'll have dissemination strategies. And that is why we'll have people from NESRA in our team. And that is why we'll have people from Federal Ministry of Environment, and that is how we want to get legislators and NGOs involved. That is why we want to get mining companies, and that is the essence of this gathering today. Interestingly, I can say it has been a huge success because all the stakeholders are here, ranging from the host communities, the mining companies, those in government. We are going to send them their report, so we can still say that they are here because they will hear from us. Local and international academic communities, because we are going to publish this data and they will read it and they will know. My HOD showed me something this morning where someone is in a better environment, and in assessing his environment, he then said that the world has left us behind. My HOD, sir, I want to plead with you that I share in your sorrow that the world is leaving Nigeria behind. But I want to assure you that if we continue, if we give this project the maximum support that it requires, which you've been giving us, let me not use that word, if you continue to give us because you've been given, we are not going to allow them to leave us behind in this aspect of isotope fingerprinting. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for always being here with me.
Let's put our hands together. This is the principal investigator for this project. Please, can we clap a louder clap for him? He is making us proud. He's making us proud. And at the end of this program, more people will emerge to make their department and the university and the country proud. You believe that? I can say, if you believe that, say amen. Okay, thank you so much. Can we have questions? Okay, sir. Okay, you handle the discussion. Okay, I'll hand over to the prof to that aspect.
Program said I should say something when he finishes. And then when you have a son and their son is doing well, you always make proud, this one is my son. So I'm happy what Dr. Curley and the team, what they are doing. And I want to tell you, Nigerians, we are good. But the environment is frustrating us. That is the truth. Nigerians are very, very good wherever they find themselves. so that they're not giving us the enabling environment to do the right thing. Dr. Cole, thank you very much. We really enjoyed your lecture, even though I was not in chemistry. I'm sure you were carried along. And particularly when he would say, if Jesus tarries, that one gladdens my heart. What he's saying that you should prepare yourself because Jesus will surely return. I love that one. Thank you, sir, for that particular aspect of the presentation. So, and one of the days we were talking about this research, I know what it means to do forensic studies. In 2004, when I was doing my master's in England, the first day I went to forensic lab, I was happy I'm a chemist. Just entering the lab alone, you will know that something is happening here. So when I was asking, well, how are we going to do this? He said, most of the samples, they're going to send it outside Nigeria. And that is the beauty of the whole thing, even though we are still looking forward to that particular day when we can do everything in our environment. We can do it if we are provided with those things they have there. We can do it. Because we did, some of us that studied outside, we did it. And then if you have the environment, if you have it here, why can't we do it as well? So lead has been an issue for so many years now. In 2010, that was when the Zamfara issue actually opened people's eyes. There was lead poisoning in 2010 that killed over 400 children within 1 week. At that time, I was doing my studies, and one of the main area I was focusing on was lead pollution in the environment. So I was to do some samples in England and also to come back to Nigeria to collect samples for that work. So that particular scenario was not good for our people, but it gave a lot of attention to my work in England. So each time I'm going to do a presentation, everybody wants to be around to be able to get the latest in lead pollution. So when it came up, when this thing came through, I was really happy that going to a particular area of lead studies. My own area is about bioaccessibility of lead in the environment. Because what we do mainly here is to look at the concentration of lead in environmental matrices. Concentration, the risk is not in the concentration. The risk is the bioaccessible one. Out of the quantity you have taken in, how many of it will get to the organs? That's my own area, a very interesting area, even though we're not able to do it in our environment here as at now, but we're still hopeful that someday in the future we can do all that. So that's lead is in the environment. And then when we talk about, I was surprised when my brother was talking. Okay, he's not here again. The one from the host community. When we're in the university, we speak our minds. We don't really cover the truth. We say it as it is as the researchers. So I've been doing work in lead since 2013 up to date. The last one I did last year is to look at lead in human blood. So I started from the soil to the water and to all the matrices. Where I am now is looking at the lead in human blood. So for somebody to come and tell me there is no adverse effect of lead in the environment where you are living, I was actually looking at him when he was saying that. But because of the environment where we are, if I go in out to give a speech, they will tell you what to say. Maybe if I'm in government house now, the thing I'm saying, I won't say because they will interview me before what I will speak. They say, what do you want to tell us? I will tell them, they say, don't say this one, don't say this one, because I'm a man under authority. But because we are here, we speak our minds. So the host environment are more of captive. They're captives. When you're a captive, you can't do anything. You are helpless. Most of the miners are business people, Ogabi. Yeah, they're business people. And most of the time they get their licenses, not from the state government, from Abuja. For me to be able to penetrate most of the mining sites in Ekwueme, I have to work with a miner, who is a strong member of the association, to be able to penetrate to the leaders. So that was why I was able to have access to most of the mining. But if you go there, you will pity people that are working. How much more somebody living around that environment? So those of them that are living around there, they have given money to people. When I got there, I told them what I came to do. That after this work, I also come and give them the results. They said they don't want the results. I should just give them money. I say, I will take your pictures, and I'm going to send their pictures to overseas. They say, no problem, give us money. So when somebody is drinking water from the mine, I'll take a picture, and I'll do a proposal, and I'll send it out. The white man wants to know what will happen to the person, and I'll get a grant. So most of them that are in the communities, they are feeling their fear, but there's nothing they can do. Money has been collected on their behalf. This particular work will come out with a very good result. But the bottom line is what will happen to the result, the regulatory bodies. It's also my prayer that they'll be able to do something about it. So Polluter-Pays Principle, at the moment we are not there in Nigeria, but we hope that we are going to get there. I'll give a very typical example of what it means that polluters pay. In 2010, I was in a flat, and then I was in England doing my PhD. Some Nigerians came and joined me. And the method there is that each flat you have, just to give you an example of what it means that polluters pay. We're even talking about mining. Let's just talk about where we live. We pollute our environment. You drink the sachet water and fly it through your window every day. Some of us, as you are going out of your house in the morning, you are coming to work. You carry a bag of dustbin. When you go to the road, you fly it out. So let's just come home. So where in that flat, every flat will have 3 dustbins demarcated on what you should put there. This one should contain recyclable. And this man is looking at me because it's one of the people that came to England as when we were concluding. So this one will contain this one, bottles here, recyclable here, all these ones here. So some of them that came, when they came initially, I told them, this is the rule. Don't lump everything and put it in one dustbin. They won't collect the bin. They think is that we are still in Nigeria. They were packing everything. The day they will come to the dustbin, they came and opened it. Opened it and they didn't collect it, they left it. They went back to the office and called me. They don't look at the number. They want the number and they put it in their system. They will know who is the occupant. It may not be everybody, but the person who rented that apartment. So my name came up. They called me. They told me we are not separating the dustbin as expected. That's why they didn't carry it. And before they return next Tuesday, let us do that. If not, we'll meet at the court. You think it is a small matter for somebody who will just those people are carrying dustbin, and then they carry dustbin and they talk to you, say, get out. They don't know what you're saying. But they have got a lot of power because they have the backing of the law. Do you get it now? If we didn't do that and they return, they will write to our school. They will invite. You understand? That alone is enough for them to cancel your visa. That the law is as strict as that. They are not keeping to the rule of the environment. You want to pollute the environment for them and leave it and go back to their own country. For a foreigner, it's a very serious crime. You may not have the opportunity to make an appeal if you decide to take another. That's so well, but if we didn't do that, within 1 week given to us, we will pay dearly. But here the principle, the problem why this is not working at the moment is that regulatory bodies will go to a mining site. For example, when you come, they see all the effects and they will list out everything for them. By the time they're going back, they'll go back with a very good envelope and they will shake their hand, which means continue to do this. But when we come again, if you give us 100,000, next time we'll take 500,000. It's my prayer that we'll get to that particular. Maybe before they finish this work, we must have got to the level where polluters will be able to pay. But as at now, we are not there. But I'm sure as we're looking forward for a new Nigeria, we are going to be there very soon. Thank you very much, Dr. Collier. We're happy with your presentation. Thank you very much.
I'm sure we had a nice time. You enjoyed yourselves, right? We are glad that you made it back to this place. Of course, we know Nigeria, we had to do this again. Thank you very much for coming. So, before you came, of course, we had our resource persons. They did justice to the topic. We had Professor Ekwueme, firstly taking us on mining of solid minerals, economic benefits, and the environmental conundrum. Seconded by Dr. Onyekachi in impediments to implementation of Polluter-Pays Principle in Nigeria's extractive industry. And lastly, Dr. Peter C. Okoye, who took course on chemistry in courtroom, isotope fingerprinting as forensic tool for managing environmental pollution. My DVCs and their that is wonderful. Please let's give them a better round of applause. We are doing great things. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, today before us and with us here is the representative of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sunday Elom. He is here represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Ebel Ezoha. I'll invite him on the microphone right now to give us the address of the Vice Chancellor. My DVC.
Good afternoon. Sorry we are not able to start the program with you. But as you can see, the university is very happy today. The presenters are all our very red flag bearers. No university wishes to lose period to individuals that talked to us today. And in our little capacity, we could have lost them, but for some moral appeal. You know, these days, you can catch people by preaching religion or by giving money. These are the two things that motivate people. So we're able to convince them from the religious angle. We thank them for continually making the university proud on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, who from the first day he assumed office made a promise to ensure that the foundation laid. You know, we normally talk about growing to become world-class university. And whenever we say that, ironically, it is our colleagues that would always laugh at it. Then I tell you that the guy that invented aeroplane was laughed at when he first mentioned it, that he was going to build something heavy enough for the flying. So I mean, it was a caricature. So most inventions start and end in such funny moves. So from the first day of his assumption of office, we've done all we can, and we have continued in that path to ensure that we utilize, optimize the facilities in the university. Bear in mind that whenever we talk about facilities in the university, we're not referring to buildings. We're not referring to trees. We're referring to human beings, you and I as colleagues. You get in some places where a university is just a building, rented building. But when you look at the ranking, you see them amongst the top ranks. So that colleagues should find a way of mitigating the disincentives that arise from, you know, our inadequacies. Granted, these inadequacies shouldn't be there, but they are there not because of our own making, but because of the country we find ourselves. And being hopeful that things will change. We wouldn't wait until things have changed. We'll be doing our deeds. Some time ago, I met with the director, and in my office, we were having meeting, and he did mention that we did not provide, sorry, I will report to you, not in negative sense, that we did not provide project office, that they told TETFund at the point of writing the proposal that the university will provide certain things, including project office. And unfortunately, we've not been able to provide project office. I told you, you and I know that if you didn't include that in your proposal, you wouldn't have got a grant. So if you didn't include that we're going to provide the office, they won't give you the grant because the grant is not to build houses. The same way, when you're writing your final report, you will not report that we didn't give you an office, because if you do that, so let us continue to pretend until the country relieves us from the pretense. All of us live in pretense, from the highest person to the least person. There's nobody, as far as this country is concerned, big. And that is why, like I said, we shouldn't wait until things get to a perfect state. You see, this kind of thing is what universities represent. The duty of the university is to drag the gown to the town, such that at any point in time that the gap between the town and the gown widens, it is the university, it is the gown that is to be blamed. In fact, when we send our products out there, our graduates, and they don't live up to expectations, they will throw back the stones to us that we're producing unemployable. They don't want to know whether those ones were the ones that forged their WAEC results and jam. The society doesn't want to know that. The concern of the society is that you should train these people and get them ready to start producing. So if there's any missing gap, you're blamed. And to minimize such blame, we are required to continue to put in our little effort. Why the Vice Chancellor commends this team, we also hope. Because if you know the degree of competition that is involved in getting this done, in fact, let me speak to you. That is what it takes. It takes a lot. Sometimes this TETFund grant is even harder to get than some international. Because, I mean, if it is international grant, once you meet the criteria, no other story. I hope your group was not amongst those after giving the grant. They were called back to be told that the money is no longer there. You wrote a proposal of 50 million. You're asked to take 20 million. That the money is no longer there to be given to you. Meanwhile, the scope of the work has not reduced. It's not as if you're being told that, okay, you were to cover 36 states with 50 million. Now go and cover 10 states. They still expect you to cover 6 states. So that is the difficult. So this opportunity should be an encouragement to all of us, particularly for the younger colleagues. If you are in the university system and you want to make a career, and you don't submit yourself to the mentorship of people like the individuals here and the leader of the project, you won't be able to make it. We have political colleagues, I hope you know that. They are waiting for the next government appointment. And you don't get the next government appointment through writing papers or publishing in counseling realtors. How do you get it? And you get it by doing the opposite. So please, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, thank you so much. And I do hope that the outcome of this project will be such that will contribute immensely. I heard Procelon talk. You see, you don't know whether it is out of ignorance that the communities, but I tell you what, sometimes you don't blame them. There's no country in Africa that is natural resource endowed that is not in crisis. You can't mention one. Any country that is endowed natural resource-wise, mineral resource-wise, is a potential target for conflict. And this conflict usually instigated by multinational multinational company. You go to Congo Brazzaville, for instance. Congo Brazzaville has the highest concentration of donors, presence of donors, highest concentration of donor presence. So you and I know that if you're ranking countries according to the conflict, they will come in the top 10. You go to Sudan, you go to this conflict, this mineral resource endowed place, see this. So it is not, and it cannot be so if they don't have the backings of our government, such that, I hope there's no pressing. If the miner here is paying the state government, there's very little the community can do to liberate themselves. There's very little. In fact, I'll tell this story. But we also want to be, of course I will tell the story because we want to pretend we're relating well with everybody around us. If not, why we hope, one thing with researchers is that you don't force the policymaker to make use of your research output. You don't force. You don't also use your research output as though you are an opposition party. Once you produce your output and you put it in a medium where it is accessible, you've done your bit, whether they use it or they don't use it. Except if you are appointed as a consultant, then you now go and put in practice what you have found. If you're not a consultant, if you're just a researcher as we are, don't go beyond your research findings. Once you make your findings and you're able to publish it, if you don't want to publish it, you send your report, retire your grant, and you wait for the next round. That's the way it works. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor's Rep. We appreciate you, sir. Sir, I would like to make a humble appeal, and that is let's fashion out a way of getting our institution to be interested in attending lectures like this once more. I wish you were around to hear the lectures. We needed a full house. The information that came out of this place today is too much for the few people we have here, honestly. One may say it's not my area of interest. Well, that's okay. But then you still have something to pick out, sir. I believe this will be taken to the Vice Chancellor and probably see that in lectures like this we need a full house because it will benefit all of us. Probably the problem in Nigeria has driven a lot of us into facing other things. You know, yeah, it's understandable, but then you are doing yourself if you don't grab the right things to actually make the country better. So for you who is here and who has kept faith till now, please, you deserve a round of applause. Give it to yourself. And I want to tell you that we've come to the end of this program. With this, may I invite the LOC chairperson, Dr. Adachuku Nkwo, for her closing remarks. Keep clapping till she gets here.
It's been indeed a wonderful day. I sincerely am grateful having seen your faces. You don't even look stressed up. Despite having been here from morning even till now, I must say we, the members of the ENPROFORG research group, we are very, very grateful. Thank you once again. I must sincerely appreciate God who made this day a wonderful one indeed. Thank God for the fair weather. I thank God for the enablement, for the helping us. So far, the program has been indeed a wonderful one. I must sincerely appreciate the Vice Chancellor, ably represented by our DVC, Professor Abel Ezoha. Prof, we are very much grateful. Prof has been very supportive. The Vice Chancellor has been very supportive to us in this group. Without them, I am very sure that this program wouldn't have been a reality. Of course, our HOD has been a father indeed, a friend. His pieces of advice have been wonderful. His counsel is second to none. He really helped us even in grooming this program to make it to the level that it is. Our HOD, sir, we sincerely appreciate. Thank you very much. Of course, we cannot fail to acknowledge the speech from our plenary speakers. Our able Professor Unabuna, who is also a member of our ENPROFORG research group, all the way from Redeemers University, Ede. Professor Unabuna prepared his speech, but due to the poor network challenges we have, I learned the mast got burned some days ago, and it really affected the network in this place. So even though our prof prepared his keynote speech, I believe those of us that registered, you will still, if you register, his speech will be sent to you. So prof prepared his keynote address, but as a result of the poor network, we couldn't disseminate it for everybody to participate and to watch. So prof, we are also grateful. Professor Nabona, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Ekwueme. Thank you for Professor Dr. Eni. Thank you, our PI. Thank you very much for the very nice speakers. Of course, the stakeholders have been very wonderful. Staff from the mining industry, sir, we are very, very grateful. Thank you so much for your time. He has been here. He's one of the first persons that came here. Even before 9 o'clock, he was here, and he has been patiently waiting. Sir, we are grateful. And we pray that you extend our warm greetings to your people in the industry. Thank you very much, sir. Then, of course, we are grateful to the village heads. They left not quite long ago. They had another function, but I'm sure they participated in most of the things we had there. We had here. Delegates from the government, from the Ministry of Environment, we're also grateful for your support. Of course, the staff and students of chemistry department, you people are really wonderful. Our final year students, our postgraduate students, thank you very much for your support. Seeing you behind us makes us tick. When we look around, we see you, we feel supported, we feel your strength, we feel the impact, you feel your weight behind us. We are very much grateful. Thank you so much. Of course, members of our team, the ENPROFORG research team, you guys rock. Thank you so much. Working with you has been very, very, very wonderful. Without your cooperation, without the team spirit, this program wouldn't have gotten to the level that it is. It has attained. So we are grateful. Then, of course, there's no way I can conclude this appreciation without mentioning, giving special time and special thanks to our able PI, Dr. P.C. Okoli. He has been a very, very, very wonderful person. Of course, he's the pillar, he's the reason why we gathered here. He was the one that attracted the grant, and he's the principal investigator. We are just support to him. And of course, I really appreciate his humility. You won't know that he's the principal investigator from his courage, and from our discussions in our several meetings, he has been down to earth. So, our able PI, Dr. Okoli, we say thank you so much. You have been very, very supportive. Then, of course, you that has been seated here from morning till now, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything. We know what it is in this era for somebody to even, most times people in Funai don't come to work on Fridays, and even when they come, before 12 they disappear. DVC, I'm sorry, it's not as if I'm reporting anybody, but that's the reality. That's the reality. To see this number of staff seated and still smiling till this moment, of course, you deserve a round of applause. You all have been very, very wonderful. I must say thank you. And my prayer is that the outcome of this project will really ensure an efficient management of the environmental impacts of mining via forensics. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When we go ahead to receive our lunch, may I tell us that after the closing prayer, our dignitaries, led by the HOD, go out there for a group photograph, and that would be further directed by Dr. Amobi. Sorry, by Dr. Okoli. All right. So right now, we'll all please rise. May we all rise for the closing prayer as I humbly invite Professor Amobi Ekwueme to lead us in the closing prayer. Afterwards, we'll take the national anthem and the EE49 anthem.
In Jesus' name. Father, we thank you for your grace upon our lives. Thank you for a wonderful outing. Thank you for your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Thank you for all the points you made us King of Glory to deliberate upon. And we also hope for God that at the end of the day, that this project will yield wonderful outcomes that will help both the mining communities, the university community, and ourselves as individuals. And at the end of the day, all glory will be returned to you. In Jesus' name we pray.